Wait, let me go to this one. Let me go to my actual chat. Okay, it's just a big interview notes. It's completely messed up. Isn't that lovely? 1 second.
Ruh-roh.
Where's my camera?
It's gone, reduced to atoms. Scott took it. He hit it with fourth wall.
Okay, well, I guess we're stuck on this now because we have no camera now.
Oh, God.
Yeah, we have no chatting today, guys. Stream's going great. How is everybody?
One.
Also, yeah, no, we're not like actually over analyzing his words. We're just writing notes down. We're not.
Yeah.
Scott
I know, it's
implied
just funny
that Scrap Trap's actually Michael Afton. It must be true. Like, no.
Yes. God, I was.
Also, hi,
Yeah, I was
in chat.
I was thinking of a Scrap Trap earlier. It was funny. I went off the deep end. I was like, oh, since his name is Afton, maybe it's because what's that theory where it has a bit of Golden Freddy in the Scrap Trap one? That's where my mind started plummeting.
Is it flickering? Is it flickering?
It's going
now because we have
a little bit. Oh yeah, it keeps going to your transition screen or the bubbles.
Oh no, the reason why it's flickering is because I was trying to get the thing to fix. Y'all are just on stream delay.
Okay.
Come on, guys, lock in. Okay.
Turn that down. Do that.
Bring you down a bunch and then put you behind my camera.
All right. Let's see if that was a little bit loud. Oh God. Oh no.
I really want my chatting. My chatting's working. Also, I'm in a new place now. As y'all can see, I'm gonna turn on the light over here. I'm in a new place now. And I need to send a metafin. So what's the... Oh God, it says it's dropped frames drastically.
It does that, I think. If you're on OBS, there's a setting you can switch it to.
Here, let me do something
where it prioritizes
really
frames.
I think I'll be okay. Okay. Should be fixed, hopefully. The thing is, I have good Wi-Fi. So it's not that... Why is it doing this? I don't have bad Wi-Fi. I bought good Wi-Fi.
Gosh.
Hold on, let me try leaving Discord call, see if that'll help at all.
Like it.
Like, no. Okay. Let me mess with the bit rate. Bro. The one time I want to stream. The one time I want to stream, bruh. Let me mess with the bit rate. This is just saying dropped frames, and it has a low connectivity thing in the bottom right, and I don't know why, because I have good Wi-Fi. Yeah, because I'm watching the stream right now on my end, and it seems to be fine. So... $3,000. Do we think? Okay, you know what? Here, I'm gonna connect back to Discord with Theory really quick, and if that makes it buffery, then I just might not be able to do Discord.
Hello?
Okay, let me... It still says dropped frames, which is insane, but whatever. I think it's just doing that. Okay. Okay, so yeah, I think Theory's back now.
Hello.
Okay, so now that Theory's back, let's see if it messes up. And if it messes up, then I can't do Discord calls until I get like a 100-foot Ethernet cord that I connect to the Ethernet port that's over here behind this shelf. Actually, yeah, no, it's actually like
It's
actually
hasn't
right there.
Buffer. Oh,
it's right there where the Ethernet port is. I have no Ethernet ports nearby me at all, and it's pissing me off. So I'm gonna have to get like a 100-foot Ethernet port, and every time I stream, I'm just gonna take it, plug it in, and then when I'm done streaming, just unplug it and wrap it up and put it back over by my PC every single time.
God, that's horrible.
So yeah, I think that's the plan. Okay, let's see what happens if I go here now. Does it absolutely nuke itself? And yes, I was searching up what's a good bit rate because it's been a while. Oh wait, I have a little mini me over here. Yeah, I don't need that. Get rid of that. We can get rid of this and this and this. Keep those two. It's Discord. Is it buffering again?
Ooh.
Please don't tell me it's buffering again. Because in that case, yeah, because I only have this little tiny Ethernet cord that came with the thing, and it's not reaching like here. Yeah, is it buffering again?
It's quite far behind, but so far it hasn't buffered since.
Because then, yeah, here, like, this is the size of the Ethernet cord.
Oh, there it is. Never mind. It buffered.
It buffered. Okay, then yeah.
Only briefly. Only briefly.
Let me do that. Okay, let me lower the bitrate some more. Oh my lord, I love streaming in my new place already. We're gonna do 4,000. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to get like a 100-foot ether. You know what? Hold on. I have Walmart Plus. Hold on. 1 second. 1 moment. All right, chat. I have a toolbox. Don't measure the distance from my PC to that Ethernet port. You're gonna sit right there. We're looking at about a 16-foot cord. 16 feet. All right. I don't even think I have Steam app open. Do I? No, I don't even have the Steam app open. Okay, so. That's 15. I need 6. I do not need a 1,000-foot spool. We're gonna go for like 16 feet. That's what. Okay, I found. Okay. I need a 16 feet. Hello, skinny bird. I should probably go with like a 17, honestly, just to be safe. Like have an extra Ethernet cord. Angry rated. I may just have to eat the 26-foot one. I mean, it's only for $1 more, so you know what? Sure. I'm not saying the connectivity is good. It might be. I wonder if it's because I'm in a new place with new Wi-Fi and stuff. My computer's just being stupid and like OBS is trying to figure out what's going on. Okay. All right, let's get it. Okay, you know, I should make sure. Does the color of the Ethernet cable actually matter? Because the one I'm looking at is blue. And it says it's specifically for PS5, PS4, but I think Ethernet cable is just Ethernet cable, right? Also, one of the Wi-Fi, there's the Wi-Fi thing is literally like right over here, like down over here. Yeah, I'm getting a 26-footer. The only thing that sucks about the place that I'm in is I'm right by the entrance door of the place. So that sucks. I don't care for the aesthetic, so okay. We're placing the order. Yay. And it's coming Wednesday, so you'll not see me live again until Wednesday. Okay. Alrighty. I think we're ready to go. So yeah, right above me is the notes that we'll be writing, and I would have captions on. I mean, I can, but I cover some of them up, unfortunately. Like,
what's going on, guys?
Yeah. Also, before I do watch this, of course, thank you to Dawko for doing both of these streams. Make sure to check them out. There'll be a bot that occasionally links the videos, I believe. And if not, I'll just, yeah. But yeah. Gonna do it. Okay.
Dawko back again. Hope you're fantastic today, and welcome to the interview with Scott Cawthon. I am so excited and nervous at the same time. I'm so freaking nervous for this, but it's going to be great. I've got a bunch of questions to ask him from all of the games, so Fnaf 1 through till Ultimate Custom Night, and the future as well. So we're going to ask him some future updates, what he's planning, and stuff about himself as well. So it's
also, this is the one from 2018, August 8th, after 50/20 mode. So, remember that as well. So this is like before we had Help Wanted one. Remember that, people.
It's going to be a great interview. Please understand as well that I've got a lot of questions, but I couldn't ask everybody's, of course. I got like literally 10,000
And I can't be too loud yet because,
guys,
okay,
so
I'll show y'all really quick the apartment a little bit. So, like, the Wi-Fi and stuff is over there. That's the door to the apartment right there. And I can't be too loud until I get the thing in the mail that kind of like goes under the door to make it to where like you can't hear me out in the hallway as much because the leasing office is right across the hall. So I can't be like really like happy-go-lucky sounding. I have to be kind of quiet until I get that. I could stuff a blanket under there for now. Hold on. Okay. I have blankets in front of the door now, so hopefully they can't hear me as much out in the hallway. I'm seeing Spider-Man Sunday.
I had to pick each ones, and I gave Scott the questions, and we've reviewed them together for the ones he wants to answer. Okay? So, yeah, that's all I need to say. Thank you so much for the support, and again, thank you, Scott, for the opportunity to give you an interview. I am incredibly nervous. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and I'm incredibly grateful for you guys and Scott as well, and this franchise. Happy anniversary to Fnaf. 4 years today. It's insane. Let's go. Hello?
Hello. If you're hearing this, that means that you beat 50/20 mode, and I have to do an interview now, which I'm kind of uncomfortable with, but I'm going to do it. Forget it. Okay, I'm done with the phone guy.
What's interesting that Scott Cawthon, Scott Cawthon mentions that he was actually uncomfortable at first.
So, I was going to try and keep it going for a while, but no, I think I'll just...
Oh, yeah, I need to mention... Okay, I'm sorry, I keep doing this. I need to mention something. So, I checked the stream, like, last night. Like, when just to make sure like everything looked good, like the thumbnail looked good and everything looked good, the title, description, all that stuff. There is a kid in the chat, and if that kid is watching right now, feel free to comment. I feel so bad for this kid because here I'll read it out. I'm not going to say who they are, obviously, because it's very obviously a kid. But they said, "Hello, first comment. Ask about the new Fnaf game and try to ask him to give a preview of it. I'm looking forward to this. It was the cutest thing ever, and I felt so bad because whoever this kid is thought I'm actually interviewing Scott Cawthon, which would be an honor, but oh, that poor kid, dude. So yeah, if that kid is watching right now, I'm so sorry. I'm not that cool. I wish I was, but I'm not that cool.
Right there.
Yeah, no, that's perfect. That's perfect.
So how are you doing today, Lewis?
I am very scared and nervous because
No, that's crazy talk. Yeah, I've been a little anxious about this too because I tend to ramble on with my answers sometimes, but I haven't prepared any answers for this. I'm just going to try to speak from the heart and just talk about some stuff, and yeah, it'll be good.
Yeah, awesome. Because today is the 4-year anniversary of Five Nights at Freddy's. So 4 years. It's crazy.
Yeah, 4 years.
And we'll just get straight into it. So the first game, so 4 years since Five Nights at Freddy's.
Isn't that crazy? 4-year anniversary this happened, and we're going into the 12th year. So, oh, dude, this was 8 years ago. I'm getting old. I'm only 21, and I know Terminal's in here, you unk, but I'm getting old.
He's one. We're going to go straight into that. So, the first question I'd love to ask you, kick it off with, how did you think of the original designs of the animatronics? So the original gang.
Okay. Okay, I'll write that down. So 232. So 0232. The question is, what made you come up with the original designs? Okay.
The main three characters, Freddy, Bonnie, and Chica, those designs just kind of I didn't really plan ahead like what animals they should be. Those three just kind of seemed natural to me for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the only one I really struggled with was trying to think of the fourth character. You know, who would be on the separate little stage kind of by himself.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to remember all the
like
options that I originally was kind of debating between. I mean, one of the contenders was a fox, obviously, which ended up winning. The other one was a wolf.
Yeah, wolf.
Another one was going to be a beaver.
Yeah, beaver.
But then later I decided against that because I thought that was too on the nose from Chipper, so I decided against that. But yeah, actually, if I remember correctly, I really think that a beaver character was the front runner until I finally decided against him because of Chipper, and then went with fox instead.
Yeah. So Freddy was always going to be the...
Which is interesting because we eventually did get a wolf animatronic, Roxanne Wolf, at some point later on down the line. So, interesting. You just graduated high school when this came out? Well, I think it was in 7th grade? I think it was 7th grade going into 8th grade. So I think it would have been around like 14 theory.
Original like leader instead of Chipper.
Yeah. Freddy was always going to be the main character. He was the first character that I made.
Mm-hmm.
It just came naturally. I didn't have to plan him out. I just knew that he was going to be a bear with a top hat, holding a microphone.
Yeah.
You know, he was always going to be the leader of the pack.
The next question is, how did you come up with the game mechanics? So sitting alone in an office, not being able to move. I think someone mentioned about Sit and Survive. Did that have any inspiration for that? Any like old games inspire you for this one?
Well, I don't think it was Sit and Survive. Sit and Survive was just kind of all of these games. Well, then again, I guess it was my mindset at the time, because my mindset at the time was to make smaller games.
Mm-hmm.
That would be kind of a shorter experience, because for a while I was trying to make these, big kind of sweeping epic games like The Desolate Hope and stuff.
So there is actually a reason here.
It was just too much of a gigantic commitment that ultimately, that they just weren't paying off. And at the time I was really struggling, to find something to kind of, support my family and everything.
Mhm.
And Five Nights at Freddy's was kind of the result of me switching to this idea of making these shorter experiences that I can make a bit faster, without committing,
And I'll go back and get
2
that
years to them,
timestamp.
while also, just making it a really robust experience. It's just a shorter game,
Yeah.
So I think that played a big part in it. Everything is designed to where you see everything right away. As soon as you jump in, you're in the experience.
Yeah.
And so it doesn't matter if it lasts for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour. You're in the middle of it right away.
Mhm.
And yeah.
Did anything change along the course of making?
Okay, I'll write this down so it's like 540. 540. Did anything change while making FNAF 1?
FNAF 1.
I don't think I had any problems. Lots of the stuff that was in there, I don't know. Five Nights at Freddy's 1, I think just was a result of just all the right ingredients to be there. I threw a bunch of stuff in there, and then people would the people who test it would kind of give me, and I'm not my kids. I let some other people test it as well. But they would give me some advice. Like one person said, "Oh, I think you should leave out phone guy. I think that's too much exposition." And then and my mother jumped in and said, "Oh, I don't think you should have backstory about anybody getting killed. I don't think the game needs that." And then I think I've made a lot of good decisions about what to leave in, and what to take out. And it was just all the right ingredients. All the right ingredients were there. So yeah, I'm really happy with how it turned out.
It really
not
stood
much
out
really
from
changed.
all of the indie games everybody was playing at that time, and that's definitely how it became successful. It just stood out from any other horror experience as well. So yeah, good job. Really good job. Speaking about that,
Thanks.
it exploding, did you think it was going?
Yeah, imagine not including the backstory. How insane that would have been. Because then FNAF just would have been a creepy animatronic game and nothing more. There would have been no lore, no nothing. Mio, thank you for the 5 gifted, my goat. Hey, Punky got one. Let's go. And Terminal, bro.
To
Let's go.
get a huge reaction on the internet.
No, of course not. I mean, but like I said, at the time, I was just trying to, make a bunch of little games to kind of, help support my family.
Hey, and Oink, thank you for being a member for 10 months.
I mean, at the time, I think I was making, slot machine games and just, anything would bring in an extra, $40 or $50 a month, and just trying to accumulate all that stuff up. So no, whenever I mean, don't get me wrong, that wasn't just an afterthought of a game. I mean, I put a lot of, time and effort into Five Nights at
And thank you for the 50. Yo, okay, we're gonna see who all got one. My goat Withered Circle got one. Goat Phil. Goat Glamrock. My goat Jerikai. My goat Etro. My old friend also got one, but I'm not gonna say who they are.
Freddy's, obviously.
Goated.
But as far as, expecting it to explode, no, of course not. I remember whenever I released it, I didn't get it on Steam or anything. It was a website called Desera at the time, which was just more immediately welcoming of, anybody who wanted to post games. I think there are other sites that do that now. But, I was watching the download count on that.
Thank you, Oink.
And I was watching it just kind of skyrocket. And, and eventually my wife would come over and she'd be like, let me look at the number. She'd come over every 10 minutes wanting to see, because she was just astonished at how quickly that number was just going from, 5,000 downloads, 10,000, 15,000, 20,000. It was just going through the roof just by the minute, And it really, at the time, I was just kind of enjoying it that evening. I was like, well, this is great. This is, but it'll be over tomorrow. You know, and that was really my mindset. It's like, oh wow,
I will
this is,
turn
you know,
off
it's a
the
big,
alert
big
sounds for now, though, because
spike.
that's gonna be
Everybody's
going
really
on for a
enjoying
while, and
it.
I
I
don't
wonder
want
what I'm
it to
going
be
to
too
make
annoying for
tomorrow.
y'all.
Yeah, I had no idea that 4 years later, I was still going to be in the middle of a bunch of, you know, Five Nights at Freddy's projects.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's really awesome.
I love how you could tell this is still during the beginning of Dawko's and Scott's like relationship, because like in the one like
first jump scare for my two kids, you know, and it was all Bonnie, which thrills me because Bonnie is kind of the only one that I
okay, let me
first jump scare for me and the first jump scare for my two kids, you know, and it was all Bonnie, which thrills me because Bonnie is kind of the only one that I think is a scary design for me. Like I've never had a nightmare about any of my own characters except for Bonnie. But yeah, I remember when I was developing the game at the time, Bonnie was just a still image and not an animated jump scare. I just had an image of Bonnie up in your face for whenever, you know, he had reached you.
Yeah.
And that.
I would love to ask Scott this because it's nothing really to do with lore. I wonder the reason why he made the main villain of the franchise, William Afton, be associated with Spring Bonnie, because he thought Bonnie was like the scariest. So you put like technically the scariest character at the time into a Bonnie suit. So I wonder if that's why. Basically take the scariest person in the lore and take the scariest design in your opinion and smash them together, and that's what he did later on. I wonder if that's why William Afton's so associated with Spring Bonnie and like the development side of things.
And that startled me. You know, I was flipping through the panels and stuff, and I was intentionally I was testing out the AI.
Yeah.
You know, I think I even had a little map showing me that there was a little red dot moving through the building.
Mm-hmm.
But even though I was expecting it, I put down the monitor and there was Bonnie looking at me, and it was upsetting. You know, it was startling.
Yeah.
You know, and that
I forgot about
it was
I forgot about this one pose of Scott just upside down in his chair.
upsetting. You know, it was startling.
Yeah.
You know, and now, you know, now that doesn't really startle anybody anymore, but at the time,
Yeah.
I don't know, it got me. And so then I was after I'd animated, I was letting my two sons play it, and I was getting to, you know, watch I had a good seat behind both of them, so I was able to get a good view of them playing and what they were playing and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And I knew what was coming, and they had no idea. and you know, and the younger of the two, he got jump scared by Bonnie, and he just launched backward in his chair. You know, good times tormenting the children.
I mean, you still do.
You know, Scott's a good dad when he says, it was a good time, you know, tormenting the children.
You made them test Ultimate Custom Night as well. 4 years on.
No, I'll tell you what. You know, my two sons, Ian and Braden, they've been great. They've been great supporters. You know, all these years, I couldn't have done any of this without those two. You know, they've been just faithful beta testers for me. You know, and whenever they were really little, you know, I'd pay them through ice cream and stuff like that. But I made a big mistake this last time with Braden. You know, obviously I don't make them do this, so I tried to incentivize them. And Braden and you know, Braden's gotten wise to it. He's like, well, you know, how about if I go through and beat all these challenges, you know? And so I just thought, well, you know, I don't know, I'll give you, you know, I'll give you $20 for each of the challenges you beat, thinking he was going to beat one or two of them. I was like, yeah, he'll spend 30 minutes on this, you know, so I'll commit 20, $40, $60, whatever. He sat there and he did like a 12-hour marathon on that game. He was playing it nonstop. He was raging so hard in there. And
I need to write this down just for my own like purposes of just going back to this if I ever need to use it. Braden Cawthon sat for 12 hours beating every UCN challenge to get $20 per level. I think that's just a funny note to have.
He completed every single one of those challenges except for like the last one, I think.
Yeah.
That boy made bank that day. He walked away with about $300.
What?
$300. Which what? I don't know how old Braden Cawthon is now. But $300 as a kid is like $1 million. Is what it feels like when you're a kid. Because like you could buy so much as a kid with $300.
Oh, worth it.
Yeah, man. But it was totally worth it because he found bugs and glitches
Yeah.
that would have been really bad. I mean, that's the whole point anyway. You know, he found these things that I needed to fix before I released the game. So
Okay, here's an interesting question about FNAF 1. Was there any reason why the kitchen camera was disabled, like due to game?
Ooh, okay. This is a good one to write down. We'll do 1205. Is there any reason the kitchen camera was disabled in FNAF 1? Okay. I'm pretty sure he
Play
doesn't give an
limits on
answer, if I remember
15
correctly.
Or anything like that.
no, I just thought it would be interesting. I mean, you know, that mechanic ended up not really playing a big role in anything. I think originally, you know, I had wanted, and I got better with this in later games, how to make audio play a bigger role in it. You know, I got better at that. But in the first one, that was just my attempt to make audio play a bigger part in it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it kind of ended up just being just something different and not really being a major mechanic or anything.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was a good mechanic to know that Freddy was in the kitchen as well, because when Freddy's in the kitchen, he plays his music, right?
That's right. That's right.
So I think it does play a.
Wait, Brian Cawthon is a best-selling author? There's no way. I'll have to get one of his books.
You know, a mechanic,
It wasn't
because you
Mio,
know
it
that
was-
Freddy's in there, and
Actually, no, I think it was
usually
Mio
when
that
Freddy's
gave you
roaming around, you
yours,
see his
yeah.
eyes, but you just see nothing
Right.
inside there. So when you were making Five Nights at Freddy's 1, were you already?
Okay, here's another one. Another good one to write down. 1309. Were you planning on making a sequel?
Planning on making a sequel, or any other ideas what were flinging in your head on what to do?
I definitely left a lot of things open-ended, you know, in case I wanted to expand upon them later. I mean, obviously, like I did not have the entire story planned out, as I know there's much debate about that on the subreddit. Like, oh, you know, he's some kind of mad genius that had, you know, 7 games planned out from the beginning. No, I didn't. But I definitely knew that the story I was telling in the first game was a small snippet of a larger story. Even if I didn't have all the details of that story fleshed out yet, you know, I knew that the story being told in that game was a smaller part of a whole.
And if you could go back in time, is there anything you would change or add to Five Nights at Freddy's 1?
No, not.
Okay. We'll just do 14. What we're at 14. We'll do 14 just flat. And then Scott would not change anything about the first game. And then another question was, would you change anything about the first game? No raid will return in Avengers Doomsday.
Not the first one.
Yeah.
I can go back and think about all the other games and be like, I wish I'd done this. I wish I'd done that. But no, the first game was just kind of a perfect storm of ingredients. It was, you know, it was just the right time. You know, when, you know, everybody was really into indie horror games. Yeah. And I think it was the right look and it was the right feel because it was something, you know, different than whatever.
I wonder if what we got in Help Wanted was kind of more of what Scott would have liked to change, where like you could do more things at the same time, like you could shine the light and wind the music box in FNAF 2. Like you could do that. I wonder if that's what it is, but no clue. And Loaf with the Loaf got his own membership gift. Thank you, Loaf. And my goat mini bite.
Everybody else was playing, and it was you know, kind of a type of horror game, or at least the antagonists were something that hadn't really been explored in horror games. I didn't feel, you know, the idea of animatronic creatures. So, and you know, and everybody really liked Phone Guy. Obviously, everybody liked the little Easter eggs thrown in and the backstory. No, it was just a good mix of ingredients, and it was kind of lightning in a bottle. And I don't think I was ever able to fully capture that again, and I don't think I really will be able to. And that's okay. I mean, like I said, that was kind of was kind of lightning in a bottle.
Right, we'll go on to Five Nights at Freddy's 2 next.
Okay, so I can wait. Okay, so I can actually kind of like section these off. Let me do that. Let me section these. So FNAF 1 questions here, and then we can section this off here with FNAF. Let me lock in heading. FNAF 2 questions. Oh. What's that? Yeah, okay. I just didn't have you italicized. Okay. Then we'll get our 12 point times New Roman and a bullet point in really quick. Okay. Yeah, it's such an oversaturated thing now. Like, Scott really did, like, have a lightning in the bottle, for sure.
November 2014. If you didn't make this game, I wouldn't be here now, basically. Honestly, it's the truth. So, FNAF 2 is the game that really means a lot to me, and I'll...
Yeah, you know, I want to share a story that I have with FNAF 2. So I remember when FNAF 1 came out, and my parents won't let me play it because, ooh, horror game. My kid shouldn't be playing a horror game in any aspect, even though they let me play Ghost Rider on the PS2 and Red Dead Revolver and other rated M games like Assassin's Creed, but horror was off limits, basically. So I wasn't able to play FNAF 1, but I snuck watched FNAF 1. But then I remember FNAF 2 coming out, and I don't remember what grade I was in, but it was bring your own technology to school day. And my friend at the time, he brought his tablet, and on there he had FNAF 2. So the first ever FNAF game I played was FNAF 2 back in elementary school, at school, in the classroom. So absolutely goated game, by the way. I love FNAF. Like, I hate Toy Bonnie. If you've ever done 1020 mode, you know exactly what I mean about Toy Bonnie, but I hate Toy Bonnie so much.
Be forever grateful for it. So, yeah, thank you. Just wanted to quickly plug that in.
Good.
I appreciate it. About Five Nights at Freddy's 2, how did you get the idea for, you know, changing the mechanics up a little bit so the...
Hey, Krook, thank you for the membership. Goated. Okay, also, we're 15:45. Sorry that I'm not being too excited about members because I can't be too loud yet, and I don't know how good those blankets are. So I'm not going to test it and get a knock on my door later or a noise complaint. Did you come up with the mechanic ideas? And just because, thank you for being a member for 14 theory months.
masks and the vents, you know, watching the puppet.
You know, there wasn't a really in-depth planning phase. For like the overall feel of the games, like a lot of these were, I just kind of knew what they were supposed to be, or just kind of felt the way that the series should progress. Like I knew that part 2 should be chaotic. You know, part 2 should be, you know, a lot more chaotic than the first one. It should be just crazy. It should be overwhelming panic. And then I also knew, even at that time, before as I was working on part 2, I knew that 3 should be a very personal experience. It should be the opposite of what 2 was. You know, part 3 should be kind of one-on-one, and I knew that part 4 should be kind of unique as far as setting and things like that. And I knew that part 5 should be kind of high tech, and I even kind of already had color schemes picked out. Like I knew that part 5 should kind of be purples and blues. I knew that 3 should be kind of green, and I knew that 2 should be kind of 2 should feel kind of industrial, which I think that.
Okay, so it's okay. This is a lot to type. Okay. Also, Kuba, so I'm going to explain that in a second too, because I disagree for a reason. But so 5 to be purple and blue, 4 to be what do you say about 4?
Purples and blues. I knew that 3 should be kind of green, and I knew that 2 should be kind of 2 should feel kind of industrial, which I think that it does. But outside of that, I'm not really sure.
Okay, so I really want to quickly okay, so Kubas, so for people future watching. He said this kind of implies FNAF 4 was never meant to be the end because he already had all these colors picked out earlier. Yeah, okay, so at 1309 is where you plan on making a sequel. Scott said that he left things open-ended in case he wanted to expand later, but didn't have the whole story planned out, and the first game was a small snippet of the full story. So what I think is he had the first game and he had these things open-ended where like he had ideas of how it could continue, you know, the missing children and stuff like that. But he didn't have, you know, like nightmare chambers or like sister location planned. Like he probably had 2. And then once he did 2, he was probably already thinking of 3 to finish it up. Because I think in this interview, he also says it was meant to originally be a trilogy as well at some point. But I'm not 100% sure on that. But it was kind of like he planned FNAF 1. He left it open-ended, probably had ideas to expand the story, but didn't have the full thing. So yeah, that's kind of how I feel about that. But maybe I'm wrong. What do y'all think?
Sure, and maybe there was more to it at the time, but you know, it all happened so fast, you know.
Yeah. Did you have any scrapped content or anything for the game?
Okay, 1705. Was there any scrapped content from FNAF 2?
Because some people mentioned the toxicity. Is that toxicity meter?
Right, right. The toxic meter. I think, if I remember correctly, I think that the toxic meter was an early idea on just something so that players couldn't put the mask on and leave it on forever.
Yes, leave it on forever.
You know, I had the idea that if you put the mask on, this meter starts running out.
Yeah.
But I don't know. That didn't really seem to fit.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It just didn't seem to. It just didn't make quite as much sense. And so then the way that I solved it was, you know, obviously having the need to go on wind the music box every once in a while, and the fact that, you know, Foxy was immune to the mask. You know, so I came up with other ways that felt a little more natural than just putting on the mask and seeing him.
Okay, so it's probably that he made the toxic meter and tried it out. Was like, this doesn't feel right, and then I don't know if this means he made the puppet later or the puppet had a different mechanic. And, you know, same for Foxy, like he had a different mechanic, but that means regardless, it was toxicity, then Puppet and Foxy being immune, music box, flashlight.
Meter depletes, like, oh, okay, I can only wear this for 5 seconds. It seemed a little too artificial.
And it works perfectly anyway, so I don't think it was needed anyway because of what you just said. The things that you've added, you're not going to always keep the mask on forever anyway, so...
Yeah.
Was there a reason why you decided to remove Toy Chica's beat?
Okay, so we're at 1818, so... Is there a reason you decided to have Toy Chica remove her beak?
After she left the stage to make her more creepy, right?
You know, once again, I'm not entirely sure what my mindset was on that. I think it was just kind of a way to distinguish her stage presence Chica from now I'm a monster coming to get you. You know, like if she's entered attack mode or something. You know, once again, actually, I think maybe part of thing. You know, I'm a monster coming to get you. You know, like if she's entered attack mode or.
So Scott pretty much said, yeah, it's her attack mode. Which I know Freddy has said that, like, yeah, Toy Chica removing her beak is her attack mode. Like, it's a sign that she's in attack mode. And that's pretty much what he just said. Yeah, she's entered attack mode or something. So even if that wasn't what the original thing was, I think Scott probably thought about this during this interview at least and implemented it later.
Something, you know, once again, actually, I think maybe part of it is because, like, you know, a classic Chica, even on stage, was still kind of creepy looking, but the toy versions, just in their standing state on stage, weren't quite as creepy. I mean, I think Toy Bonnie still retains some of that, but like Toy Chica isn't really scary looking. Toy Chica by herself isn't very scary, I didn't think. And so removing the beak was just one thing to just kind of push it into you know,
Creepy. Yeah.
making.
Well, when he describes them as monster, he doesn't mean like the spirits or the animatronics themselves. He's like, oh, Toy Chica has her beak and now she doesn't. Like now it feels like there's like an actual threat. Like taking the beak off, the black eye is like, this isn't an animatronic. This is a monster now. So it's supposed to give you that feeling, you know, like you ever play like a horror game, like there's like a friendly NPC or whatever, and then like his face splits open or something. It goes from, oh, friendly NPC to this is now a monster. I think that's what he was trying to say there.
Look a little more uncomfortable.
So, how did you come up with the mini games? Because this was the first game.
Okay, so 1913 was how did you come up with the mini games?
To ever have mini games. Was this to, you know, show the lore not on paper, if that makes sense? So, you know, instead of just giving like this and this and this, oh, blah 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 blah, the killer killed 5 kids, yada yada yada, but instead you didn't show it on paper, you put into a mini game.
Right. I think it was because, I don't know, I wanted to keep the gameplay experience similar, but I also wanted to make the game a little bit more fleshed out than the first one, and so that just seemed like a kind of a natural way to do that, where, you know, while not interfering with the gameplay, you know, putting it in kind of an unexpected way that would make it interesting, but while also not making the player feel like they're forced to sit through cutscenes and things like that.
Do you have any good memories of FNAF 2 at all, or bad?
That was a really stressful.
Okay, I need to like pause because I'm like falling behind here again. We're gonna do like 2010. What was the question even?
Stay through cutscenes and things like that.
Do you have any good memories of FNAF 2 at all, or bad?
That was a really stressful time for me, I think, because obviously, you know, my life was changing a lot at that point. You know, there was just a lot of, there was a big frenzy going on with just all aspects of my life, and I was really trying to work on that. But I mean, there's still good memories, but I just wouldn't want to revisit that. You know, it was really chaotic, and I was really stressed out. So I mean, all good memories, but I wouldn't want to revisit it.
Okay. Well,
you know, that's interesting because FNAF 2 is chaotic, and Scott described it as being a chaotic time for him. So I think his own personal life probably, I mean, I can't say it did, obviously, I'm not Scott, but probably had an influence on FNAF 2 being more chaotic, and his life at the time was chaotic.
Move on to Five Nights at Freddy's.
Okay, we're moving on to FNAF 3. Okay, we're doing the thing again. Doing the heading. You're doing, yep. FNAF 3 questions. Okay. Okay.
Freddy's 3 then. So this one, this is when I emailed you for early access. I literally had only like I think it was like 6k subs or something like that, and I've still got the email. I was like, hey Scott, my name's Dawko, I make FNAF videos. Is there any chance I can get it early when it comes out? And you said yeah, you put me on your list, which is insane.
Yeah, which also we have to remember, like back in 2014, 2015, a FNAF creator with 6,000 subscribers was still a good size creator. Like now me with 10k subs, like I'm not that known, but like back then, if you had 6k subs as a FNAF creator, you were known pretty good in the community. Like, isn't that insane to think about?
And that like honestly,
I've still got that list. I've still got that list on my desktop, the same one from all those years ago. And it's literally called my the VIP list.
Yeah, you said that in the email. You said I'll put you on the VIP list, and I was so happy. I was screaming when you replied. Oh, such a good memory.
And I don't use that list very often anymore, but I still keep it, you know, because you never know what's going to come up, you know, for future events. I always keep that VIP list.
That's awesome. Am I still on it?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Of course you're still on it. Yeah. Everybody's. I never take anybody off the VIP list.
Okay, so I can be bad, and then you'll never take me off, right?
Well,
Ever.
I mean, don't test it. But...
Oh, Scotty boy, if only you knew the video I was making about your decision makings with bad people.
I was kind of testing it with Ultimate Custom Night with this 50-20 mode fiasco. Five Nights at Freddy's 3, another good memory for me. February.
After
this game came out, I was in university studying law at the time, and I quit to carry on with this game franchise for my channel. So yeah, another good memory with Fnaf 3. First off, how did you think of Springtrap?
I don't know. What
did you think of Springtrap? Oh. How did you think of Springtrap? I don't know.
Once again, he was just the character for that game. I did not sketch out a whole bunch of characters and write pros and cons lists. You know, he was just the natural villain for that. You know, I knew what the villain was supposed to be, and I just kind of started modeling him, and he just kind of came together.
Yeah. This model was like a big difference compared to the other ones that you did, because you had to go through all the details of the, you know, it being withered and having like body parts and gore and stuff like that.
Yeah, so he did take longer to model, and you know, his purple corpse is in that whole body that whole time.
Yeah.
You know, even though the majority of the game you never see it, you know. Yeah, purple guy, he's in there.
Yeah, and well, we got those secret images.
Yeah, that's true. You get to see him a little bit.
Yeah, and the troll, was this the first time you did the troll game as well? Was this the first? This was when you first.
Yep, it sure was.
The launch of the troll games.
Yeah, that was the first troll game.
And it was
because if I remember correctly, like I remember like back in the day when Fnaf 3 was being teased, there was like this kid. He wanted to make the Return to Freddy series from this controversy, quote unquote, at the time, where he made like it was called Five Nights at Freddy's 3 on like the game store, like on Google Play or whatever it was at the time. And it was just called Five Nights at Freddy's 3, and everyone thought that Five Nights at Freddy's 3 released early, so everyone went to play it. And Scott told him, like, you can either change the name or take it down. And he changed it to The Return to Freddy's, I think it was, or something like that. And he made a sequel, and he just kept making them for a while. But then there was a whole controversy with that later on, and I'm not getting into that, but yeah.
Sure was.
Oh, it was like a platformer from one of your old games, right?
Yeah, it was, yeah, old game, There Is No Pause Button. I stuck Freddy's head.
Yes, that's it, yes. But that was the first time we saw Springtrap as well, because you put Springtrap in the menu, and there were some frames where he did have his his mask and stuff going crazy, like coming on and off. But
that's right.
I remember the first teaser you did with He Always Comes Back and stuff, and people originally thought that it was like Fredbear, didn't they? Instead of being
they thought it was Golden Freddy, yeah.
Yeah, instead of it being like a rabbit character. So I remember those times, man. I was one of them, by the way. I originally thought it was Golden Freddy. This game,
which I always find it interesting that it wasn't, because we had no idea that we knew there was a Fredbear, we knew there was a Golden Freddy, and that they might have, like, there was theories at the time, like, oh, they might be the same. You know, because, like, oh, if Golden Freddy actually has a name, it might be Fredbear. We had no inclination, like, from FNAF 1 and 2. Once FNAF 3 came out, like, we knew, yeah, spring botting, yeah. But FNAF 1 and 2, we had, like, no inclinations about a yellow rabbit character. So I really want to know where the yellow rabbit character, if it was just another, like, well, I mean, he did say, yeah, it was natural, but, like, in terms of putting the main antagonist in that suit.
Was when things went a little bit crazy with, like, the mini games and stuff, and the good ending and the bad ending.
2455. Okay. Which ending is the canon ending? This is the interesting one. Have fun, Terminal. Enjoy the movie. Do not be DMing me about it because I'm not seeing it until Sunday.
If you can answer this, which ending really happened?
I've given a lot of thought as to whether or not I should answer this question.
Okay.
And I went back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And the answer is very interesting.
Okay.
You know? The answer is very interesting. The answer is complex.
Okay.
However, I'm not going to answer it because it's only going to cause strife. I mean, you see the kind of trouble that erupts, especially several years ago. The flame wars that would go on over Mangel's gender, something as simple as that. You know.
Yeah.
I remember that. Yeah, like the flame wars over Mangel's gender. I will always say Mangel's gender is yes.
You know, I mean, you know, people with torches and pitchforks. You know, no, yeah, I don't think I'm going to answer this one. I'm afraid. So,
the good ending. You know, it was very, you know, sad, and it seemed like it was like the end of the franchise. Was this meant to be the final game?
26. Okay. Was FNAF 3 meant to be the end?
I think when I was making that game, in my mind, that was the end of a trilogy.
Yeah.
You know, I think in my mind the story was going to be 3 games, and in all honesty, I think Five Nights at Freddy's 3 was where I kind of started letting myself be driven a little bit more by criticisms of the game than maybe I had before. Before, everybody was just really, really excited, you know, happy to have all this stuff. But whenever 3 came out, I really was starting to pay attention to criticism. You know, for instance, you know, even though I may have, you know, in some, you know, alternate life, may have left the series alone at 3, people were not happy with the jump scare, and it's kind of as simple as that. People weren't happy with the jump scare of Springtrap, and that really bothered me. And so then that kind of, in my mind, that wouldn't let the series rest in a way, because I wanted to make another entry that was really, really scary again.
Yeah.
You know, and I think I accomplished that with Five Nights at Freddy's 4. You know, really focusing on really cool, really quick, unexpected jump scares.
Yeah.
So yeah, basically what he's saying here is like FNAF 1, 2, 3, it was meant to be a trilogy and put a cap on the original story. You might have done more stuff, but then he started paying attention to criticisms a lot more, and people were saying, oh, well, the jump scare for Springtrap sucks, it's not scary. So then he went and made FNAF 4, is pretty much what this is reading to me as. So FNAF 4 was not originally planned.
It was kind of make you jerk. So yeah, so honestly, the series kind of was nudged forward by me wanting to improve upon the last entry.
Okay, awesome. That's interesting. Speaking about Five Nights at Freddy's 4, this was the next one.
Okay, we're moving on to FNAF 4. So I mean, so far, like, yeah, there's been no contradictions. He had FNAF 1 planned. He left it open-ended. If he ever wanted to come back to it, he did. He just kind of knew what he wanted to do. Had an idea of the first 3 games being, you know, the third game being the cap on the original trilogy. The original jump scare sucked for Springtrap, so he wanted to make a game that was actually up to par and scary for people, so thus he made FNAF 4 to be scary. That's kind of what I'm getting at. All right, FNAF 4 questions.
July. Well, you originally planned it for it to be a Halloween release, right? And then you released it in July.
Right. Well, I had things to do. You know, the way that I see it is that if you have something ready to go,
just do it.
Know,
yeah.
I mean, what's the point? You know, I'm not a, you know, I wasn't a gigantic corporation, you
Yeah.
know, with, you know, releasing, you know, advertise with a big marketing campaign, all
Yeah.
targeting a specific date, trying to squeeze it between other releases. You know, I mean, I had people who were excited about the game and who were looking forward to it, and those are the only people that I was thinking about. You know, it's like, hey,
Yeah.
you know, there's a fan base here, and they're excited for this. You know, you know, why not just go ahead and let them have it, and I'll just hop into the next project. You know,
Yeah,
and that served me
exactly.
really well for, you know, for the majority of the games.
So yeah, he released it because it was ready, basically. Well, I mean, there isn't really. Yeah, I'll just do like 28 and just say the July release. Scott released it because people were excited and he had the game ready.
Yeah. Because I remember I was on holiday, wasn't I? And you emailed me about doing a first thoughts on the game. And I remember you emailing me, like, I think it was like literally the day after, saying, you know what, I'm just going to release it. So I think that made everybody excited about it, though. Like, everyone was like, right, we know what it's like now. Scott, please just release it now. Because, and you did. So I think, like, you know, I played it on holiday and I have a lot of good memories playing through it. You know, while I'm screaming when people are next door to me, because, you know, on cruise ships cabins are really close together, so I was full on screaming in my cabin. I was honestly wondering what the next door neighbours were thinking about what the hell I was doing.
Well, I'm glad that it ended up being a good memory. Sorry to stress you out. You're not the only person that I stressed out, by the way. So don't feel like you were getting isolated, trying to cause you trouble. I think, if I remember correctly, right after I released Five Nights at Freddy's 4, I was sending out emails saying, "Hey, this game's out. Hey, this game's out." And I sent one to Markiplier, you know, and he emailed me back saying, you know, "Dude, I can't play this. I just got to, you know, this game conference just started. It's going to be going on for 4 days." You know, so I stressed him out too, because obviously at the time everybody was pestering him, you know, to play it immediately. And I think that he was able to, you know, being the good sport that he is, he's still just like you did, you know, even though you were inconvenienced, you still found time to, you know, do videos.
Yeah, I always try to. If you remember with Fnaf World, and I was in hospital, I still played it.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's right. You sure were.
Yeah. Oh god. Oh, I could never miss anything ever. So with Five Nights at Freddy's 4, like you said, I think you basically answered this question anyway about the game and the mechanics. Like, you said that you wanted.
Okay, so yeah, 30, 40. How did you come up with game mechanics?
To make this more scarier, you know, back to, like, you know, being anxious all the time. And the interesting thing you did with this one is, I feel like every game you make, you try and implement a new mechanic that you haven't.
I do want to, actually, I've seen y'all talk about this. So, well, it was a stream did pull, maybe that is taking the series towards its conclusion, and the one before that. Yeah, that's why you want to open the box. Such in the series would the community accept it that way. I think it was also another thing as well of him always leaving something open-ended as well. I think as long as Scott's alive, I don't think we'll ever have an actual conclusion to FNAF, because he's always going to leave it open for himself or whoever he maybe one day entrusts to be able to go back to it if they so choose. You know, there's still like a string that they can pull on. And I think the box was that string that he left open in FNAF 4. But it was still solvable. But he didn't explore it. That makes sense.
Done before. And this one was specifically to do with sound, because you had to go to the doors and listen closely for breathing. And I think that impacted the jump scare like a million times as scary, because, you know, you full on listening to the game. You have to listen to the game. So when you get that jump scare out of nowhere while you're listening, waiting for them to breathe, you know, I think that really, you know, made the game stand out?
Yeah, well, lots of the games were kind of experimental with different ways of initiating, the jump scare to see what was really effective, and yeah, I think looking into this big dark chasm in front of you, not knowing if there's a face 2 inches from your own face looking back at you, and then you having to commit to turn on the flashlight, and then I think that one really worked.
Yeah, it was terrifying. So how were these to model? Were they,
Yeah, didn't Scott say that like each one took like a month to do or something?
just as hard as Springtrap, because it seemed like you were going all out on these Nightmare animatronics for the designs.
Yeah, the Nightmare animatronics were probably the most elaborate to model. I mean, I remember, anytime I start a new game, that's always the most difficult phase, is just starting into the modeling phase, because I know that it's going to take a really long time. It takes a lot of patience, a lot of attention to detail. The Five Nights at Freddy's 1 models weren't that bad. I think I modeled Freddy in 2 days, and then I think I took that model and adjusted to make Bonnie in another day. And then the ones from Five Nights at Freddy's 2 were probably about the same day, maybe 1 or 2 days per character. I mean, that's working all day on them, but still just a day or two per character.
Yeah.
I think Springtrap took maybe 4 or 5 days to make him.
Yeah.
And each of the Nightmare animatronics, I think I spent about a week and a half on each one.
Right.
I think a couple of them even 2 weeks on each one, just because lots of teeth, lots of tears in the fabric, which are not texture mapped on. I mean, those are actually kind of torn out into the model, because I just think it looks a lot more convincing than trying to, texture map them on there. So I'd have to go in there really close, and I would have to actually, cut into that character, delete polygons and then straighten them all out to make them look like they're sharp corners rather than blocky squares. There's just a lot of work, but I mean, totally worth it though.
Yeah, exactly. So about the models, people were wondering about Foxy's tongue. So Foxy,
oh yeah, doesn't he say like it was just too weird or whatever? 33, we'll do 3348. Foxy's tongue. Also, you know what? While we have it paused, I am eventually gonna do cooking streams now that I have my own place, and my girlfriend will be joining. Like, I'm thinking like once a month, unless y'all really love the cooking streams. Once a month, me and my girlfriend are gonna make like a meal out of the FNAF cookbook. So I'm excited for it. So I'd bring that up. But yeah, okay. I spelled tongue wrong. Yeah, anyways.
originally had a tongue in the teaser. Did you take that out because of complications with the game or anything?
No, I took it out because I didn't think it was it was scary on the teaser. You know, there's something about those those long snake-like demonic tongues that they're kind of cool in theory, but they're not really scary in practice. Like I don't think I've ever seen a monster in a movie, extend out, its long tongue and, snake it around and then me be scared by it. They're just not very scary. So so I just took it out for the game. Yeah,
awesome. About this game, it created a bit of a divide between people. Specifically,
remember PewDiePie reacting to this? Remember PewDiePie when FNAF 4 came out? And every time he got jump scared, it had zero effect on him. Remember when that happened? That was like the biggest controversy on YouTube in like 2015. Like, it was insane.
The box at the end, and then the TV advertisement with 1983, and then the Bite of 87 debate. How did you feel about the reactions to?
Okay, so yeah, 33, we'll just do 33, 34. How did you feel about the reactions to the box fight of 83, 87, so on so forth. I didn't really watch PewDiePie as a kid growing up either, but like, God, the controversy of PewDiePie's being like, it's not scary anymore. And I don't think did PewDiePie ever play another FNAF game after that? Do we know if PewDiePie ever played another FNAF game? I don't think he did. I don't remember him ever playing that again.
That.
Kind of like with Five Nights at Freddy's 3, where there was something I was kind of left unsatisfied with.
Mm-hmm.
The reaction to Five Nights at Freddy's 4, and the box is tied into this, you know, very, very closely. I don't think that people weren't really happy from a lore standpoint, you know, even though I got the jump scares kind of right.
Yeah.
And the box really fit into that lore aspect. I felt that it had all gone kind of too... It had strayed too far from an actual story in a way. Me just saying that, I'm going to get torn apart for even saying that, because people are going to look at what I've ended up with. They're going to be like, and you call this a story? But Five Nights at Freddy's 4, it kind of went a little too broad. It cast its net too wide for interpretation. I guess that's the best way to say it. You know, it went too broad for interpretation, and that left people unsatisfied. You know, because whereas the other ones, yeah, there were mysteries. 4 ended up just too mysterious to the point where you really couldn't, you know, there was no real way to figure out what was going on. And it left people unsatisfied. And like I said, with, you know, jumping from 3 to 4, I knew that I had to go in and straighten that out. It's like, you know, people aren't really happy with this. You know, I need to make another game. I need to kind of ground this again, not necessarily in reality, but I need to ground it in kind of storytelling again. You know, and really lay this down with, like, well,
so isn't that like the craziest thing? It was such a broad idea that Scott Cawthon had that there wasn't enough to tell us what that broad idea was. And that's the only reason we got Sister Location. Like, it seems that like he wanted to end it at 3, right? And he made 4 to fix what 3 failed at. And then FNAF 4 failed at the lore, so he made Sister Location to fix the lore of FNAF 4. You know, so FNAF 4 was meant to fix the jump scare issue of FNAF 3. Sister Location was meant to fix the storytelling issues of FNAF 4. Like, I'm not saying, like, you know, like, oh, Sister Location... I mean, Sister Location does directly tie into FNAF 4. You have the whole, like, you know, mini-map thing of the FNAF 4 locations. But, like, you know what I mean.
With what's going on, you know, I watch all the game theory videos, you know, and, you know, me and Matt have sometimes had an antagonistic relationship back and forth. You know, I inconvenience him with my games, and sometimes he inconveniences me with his theories, you know, but it's all in good fun, you know. But I'll tell you, he did a video on that box, and he kind of said that he thinks the contents of the box changed over the years. You know, and I bet nobody gave that a whole lot of thought, but I saw that and I was like, he's absolutely right.
I'm going to make that its own thing. It's not a question, but 36, we'll do 36, 35. Game theory box. Pat was absolutely right on the contents changing over the years.
Absolutely right. The contents of that box have changed over the years because, you know, it's for that very reason. It's because, you know, of what I was intending the game to be when it happened, and then after the reaction of it, I was like, I need to craft.
Yeah, and it's because it was intended for FNAF, for what was critiqued by the community, and Scott wanted to make it even better. So yeah,
this into something better for the people who see this as important, and that kind of indirectly does change the contents of the box, you know, because it changes the contents of everything that came before. Yeah, so I just thought that was an interesting observation on his part.
Yeah, and
yeah, and okay, and it changes what came before. So like, I would imagine, like, no matter what is in the box, it's always going to be the same. It's going to have the same answer, but like the thing changes or whatever's in it. but the answer always means the same thing, is what I think he's trying to say, and that can imply different things. Like, oh, let's say it was like a golden Freddy mask, but now it's like a part of the crying child, or now it's a part of whatever. Like, it's always going to mean the same thing, but it changes some things like that. Yeah.
I think you mentioned this on one of your Steam posts or something, that you put some things in sister location to ground out the story of Fnaf 4, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Right, so I mentioned about the hospital fiasco. This was when Fnaf...
Okay, so Fnaf World now.
Well,
actually, let me
to ground...
Yeah, you put some things. Yeah, so Scott did put some things in this location to ground out Fnaf 4. So, okay, so that's true. So we're gonna do 3725, 25 SL and Fnaf 4. Scott did use SL to ground out Fnaf 4. So yeah, I mean that, yeah. And also, of course, tell its own story. Let's not get that mixed up either. It was also used to tell its own story. Okay, FNAF World time. FNAF World time. Okay.
About the hospital fiasco. This was when FNAF World was on the scene. So... why did you decide to change things up and make FNAF World?
Well, I do have some...
Okay, so 3745. 45. Why did you make FNAF World?
Reasons for why I made it, even though they're not... It doesn't mean it was a good idea. Just, just because...
Yeah.
I want to go ahead and get that out front. Just because I had reasons for making it doesn't mean it was a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
But one part of it was just that, I mean, there's only so much that you can let your mind focus on, murders and tragedy and stuff like that before you kind of start cracking. Even if it's just stories that you're making up, there's only so much human suffering that a human mind can sit around and think about. And at that point, I was
like, dude, I could never imagine. I mean, I know FNAF has gotten to this point now, but like Friday the 13th, for example, with like what? There's technically like there's 11, because you have part 1 to part 10, Jason X, and then you have the reboot, and then now you're getting even more stuff. Same for like Halloween. That franchise. Like, I couldn't imagine. Like, obviously the same writers aren't always there, but Scott was the only writer for this stuff, and he made up to this point FNAF 1, 2, 3, 4, World Sister Location, FFPS, and Ultimate Custom Night. He pretty much made a whole entire Friday the 13th part 1 through 10 in his own mind.
2 years in, just fully committed to this grisly story of murders, and I had to make something more lighthearted. And in hindsight, what I should have done is, I should have used that for a troll game, or I should have, made something like, Foxy Fighters. I should have just done something that was obviously for fun and not tried to somehow tie it in to a canon game. And that's obvious to me now. But like I'm saying, like I was saying, I wasn't thinking completely rationally at the time. And whereas, like I was saying, Five Nights at Freddy's 1 was the right game at the right time, FNAF World, that wasn't a good time for it to be made, because I was already in the rhythm of making games that were, coming out not too far apart from each other. I was making them pretty fast, and that's what people were wanting and expecting, and that's what I was wanting to do anyway. I'm not, blaming people for wanting that. That's what I had created, that pattern, and I was happy with that. I liked making games really fast, but that was just a really poor decision of a game to try to make fast. In hindsight, like now would have probably been a better time to sit back and work on something like that.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean,
It's okay, and thinks FNAF World would have been better post UCN.
like after all the kind of after I was kind of satisfied with all the canon games and other companies that kind of taken on some other projects, then I could sit back and maybe enjoy making an RPG, and spend a couple of years on it, and just make something really nice, kind of that looked like the Desolate Hope, really make some nice 3D models for it. Oh, and another mistake I made was FNAF World. I was designing it for mobile. I don't know. This is a whole separate interview about what went wrong with FNAF World. So let's just move along.
Okay.
I love how you can tell how much this man hates FNAF World, like the first one. Because I know he said that he's open to a FNAF World 2 maybe at some point in the future, but God. Yeah, he's like, now would be a great time to make FNAF World, and it's so post UCN. So yeah, I think what he means is FNAF World wouldn't have had any lore. It probably would have just been a bunch of characters, FNAF World, similar to what we got, just no lore. Maybe there's lore for FNAF World in its own contained bubble, but nothing tied into game canon.
Okay. So how would you treat the game?
Yeah, so how would you treat the game now? So how make the game now?
Now as an experience, have you learned anything making this game?
Oh yeah. I learned a lot. In fact, right before you called, I was kind of thinking over that game, and I realized that that's probably the least valuable game I've ever made as far as profit is concerned.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also the single most valuable game out of the entire franchise. And the reason is because what I learned from FNAF World is what is driving every single project going on right now. It is serving as the gemstone of quality control in my mind, and it has solidified exactly what I have to do going.
Give me a quote that's aged like milk. Give me a quote that's aged like milk. No, I won't say much. Not everything falls on Scott right now. But give me a quote that's aged like milk. God, this quote has aged like straight up milk. I need to become the gemstone of quality control.
Stone of quality control. Every single
to
project going on right now, it is serving as the gemstone of quality control in my mind, and it has solidified exactly what I have to do going forward. If I was treating the movie as I was treating my game series at the time I made FNAF World, we would be 3 movies into the FNAF movies by now. Yeah, and they would probably be terrible.
So yeah. And if he didn't learn that lesson, we'd have the FNAF 3 movie by post UCN. I do want to say this, Scott, yes, is at fault for communication and stuff like that. But I think there's other things as well at the same time. It's not just Scott. I think the whole system is broken. And I have voiced this very much to a lot of people. Yeah, COVID was one thing for security breach that. I give that a pass. Him, okay, I'll give him the pass on security breach, but past that, no.
If I had the mindset that, oh hey, it's Five Nights at Freddy's, people will love it, regardless of quality, then we would already have several movies and they would all be terrible. I mean, you know, and this, you know, Ultimate Custom Night would have come out way too soon, and it just served as a really important lesson for me that you should never take. It taught me to never take for granted.
Yeah.
How special it is to have a group of people who are eager to play what you make. Whenever I made the, you know, I'll use the Desolate Hope as my example again. I saw one person made a piece of fan art of that on the internet. I found it on Google, so I'm going to draw one of the characters, and that was the most special thing to me.
Yeah.
In the world, that someone had drawn a picture.
I still remember when I got from my first piece of fan art. I have it printed. I have it somewhere, and I don't remember where I have it, but it's somewhere. And it was made by a dude named Albert, and I still have him added on Discord. I haven't spoken to him in a while, but I remember when I got, and every time I do end up getting fan art, I get so excited for it because, like, as a kid, that was a dream of mine of being a YouTuber, getting fan art. And like, dude, oh my god, getting that first piece of, and it was so good too. I'd have to see if I could find it and show it on stream, but dude, I still remember.
Of one of my characters. Like, I can't even tell you how important seeing that one drawing was. And it was just, you know, I'd have no idea who it was. You know, but then, you know, to have a fan base and to have kids that are drawing these pictures and, you know, I got a letter from the other day addressed to Foxy.
Oh.
You know, and God bless the post office in my town for knowing me and for sending me these letters anyway. I kid you not, it was addressed to Foxy, only to Foxy, and I think below it might have had some other clue as to who it was for, but the post office made sure to pass it along to me.
Oh.
You know, I mean, how awesome is that? You know, and the letter was written to Foxy. You know, it was asking Foxy a question.
That's so awesome.
You know, that's so. There's nothing more.
But Scott, did you answer the kid's question as Foxy? Did you send him a letter and wrote it as Foxy? That's what I want to know. Did you reply to that kid?
Priceless than that.
Yeah.
You know, and to have a fan base, you know, of people who care about these characters in the games, you know, that is the only thing that matters. You know, and they should never be taken for granted.
Yeah.
And you know, who cares if something is commercial, and who cares if something is going to make a whole bunch of money? You know, you just have to make sure that whenever those people finally get to see this next thing, that it's something that lifts them up and makes them happy, and it's something that it was everything that they wanted to see. You know, like that's all that matters. You know, and I need to write that kid back. I'm gonna go get a big envelope and put a bunch of.
He didn't write the kid back. He didn't write the kid back. He didn't write the kid back. Scott, if you still have not written this kid back.
Foxy plush toys, and I'm gonna write a letter as Foxy. I've never done that before, but I'm gonna totally do it, and I'm gonna even make a little tear in the paper and say that it was my hook that
yeah,
that said it. I'm gonna totally do that.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's really awesome.
But yeah, so yeah, that's a long story, but no, Fnaf World.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it was like, yeah, it was probably recent off the interview, but still, just like, you better have done it, Scott. If you haven't written this kid back.
World taught me to never.
Also, I'm sorry, the captions, but no fine ass world taught me to never
take for granted your fan base.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, if that kid, for whatever reason, ever sees this, do you still have that letter? I'd love to see that letter. Like, I know it's probably something very personal and close to you, but I'd love to know what you asked and what the answer was. And the collection of Foxy things you got. I would love to know that. Like, DM me, email me, something. Because that would be so cool to get to know, like, oh, so this is what happened.
Exactly. And the final question, which everybody's wanted to ask, is will Chipper ever return like he said he would?
Hey, Chipper is, listen, all of these games are haunted by different spirits, right?
Right.
But the real spirit haunting this whole franchise is Chipper.
Wait, each game is haunted by its own spirit, but the whole franchise is haunted by Chipper. Okay, so honestly, if I had to take a guess, FNAF 1's probably haunted by Golden Freddy, FNAF 2 by the puppet, FNAF 3 probably William, FNAF 4 Crying Child, Sister Location Elizabeth, FFPS Henry or Michael, UCN the Vengeful Spirit.
Chipper is haunting this whole franchise. I mean, I received a box of merchandise the other day, like manufacturer samples, and there's a plush toy of Chipper, well, L Chip,
Yeah, yeah.
But I held that plush toy, and I was looking at L Chip, and I was thinking to myself, you got merch. You got merch, Chipper.
Yeah.
You were an abysmal failure, but you found your way into this merch. There you sit with that goofy grin on your face. Yeah, no. So Chipper's already back. He's infiltrated the franchise.
Yeah. Well, so L Chip to you was a reference to Chipper.
Oh yeah, of course he is.
Yeah, thought so. Now, sister location.
Okay, it's just location time. Man, I'm sorry, guys. There's a lot of things, okay? I'm sorry. About Nightbot. I'll fix it in the future, maybe. I probably will forget, but you know what? Yell at me in my Discord server to fix it after stream, and I will. Sister location questions. Yell at me in my Discord server later.
I feel like this was like the biggest change up in the franchise because you added voice actors. You went beyond the limits of click team to a lot of people where you added a sense of free roam in this like huge location. Is that maybe why you decided to put voice acting in to change things up a little bit?
I think for Five Nights at Freddy's 1 through 4,
Okay, I'll just do 4516. Why did you do voices?
consider that all like one sitting for me. Like I sat down, I feel like I just sat down and made all 4 games in one sitting.
Yeah.
And it was only after that that I sat back and thought, how can I improve upon this? How can I add something new? And so that's when I was, entertaining new ideas in my mind.
Yeah.
And voice acting just kind of, I don't remember exactly what it was, but man, I'm sure glad that I did. I bumped into just some incredible talent, that I got to use. Obviously, I mean, almost all of them, if not all of the voice actors I got for Sister Location have come back to reprise their roles or other roles,
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Goated, by the way.
Exactly, that's awesome.
Amazing people.
Yeah, they really are. Hello, by the way, voice actors. If you're watching.
Hello, voice actors.
So I think you basically answered some of these. So I asked like what inspired you to make the game style so different. I mean, like, I think you've answered that throughout the interview. You just wanted to make something different compared to the others. So how were these two model and design?
I think the Sister Location characters are probably were my favorite ones to model. I really like the metallic kind of look. I always kind of tend to lean sci-fi, which has actually gotten me in trouble a couple times with this franchise. Anytime I try to lean sci-fi, which is my natural inclination, people are like, hey, whoa, this is a horror story, and then I have to somehow try to guide it back, and then rightfully so. The first game's a horror movie; it's not sci-fi. But yeah, I don't know. I just I wanted it to be sci-fi. I wanted it to look really sleek and polished, and I really enjoyed modeling all of those characters. And yeah, like I said, I think those are probably some of my favorite characters of the series.
So here's an interesting one, which I don't know if you're going to answer or not. So in Night 4, when we're inside the suit, a lot of people wanted to know whose suit is that.
Whose suit is that? I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to answer that for you.
That's fine.
That's gonna have to remain a topic of discussion.
Any memories or favorite moments?
I really enjoyed making that game. I have nothing but good memories about that. Yeah,
Awesome.
I really enjoyed making that, and I really enjoyed working on the trailer. I think that's my favorite.
Okay, we'll just do 4740. This was Scott's favorite game to work on and favorite. Just whatever.
Trailer, the ones that I made, and I loved seeing the reactions. Everybody just seemed to, and honestly, I think that's what creates the memories for me, is just seeing how things are kind of received. And obviously, if something is received really well, then I know I did my job right. And I know that I did something right. And yeah, being able. So I think my favorite moment was getting to release that trailer, and just seeing all the excitement from it. And then I knew that I was on the right track.
Awesome. Yeah.
Also, there's this piece of candy that my girlfriend introduced to me a couple of years ago, and now that we live together, she bought a huge bag of it. I'm going to show you guys what it is, because I want one. It's one of these. One of these. It's a guava hard candy. They're so good. We have a huge bag of them. So if you haven't had a chance to get one of these, you can usually find them at like an Asian market.
I love that trailer. I think I did a reaction. Yes, I did. I did a reaction. I loved it. They're so good and different as well, compared to your other trailers too. Because I think the favourite trailers from you to me are most likely Fnaf 3 and Sister Location. I love it when you put like your own cutscenes in the trailers. I think it's really awesome. I have no idea how you did that. How did you do that, if I can ask that? Like, how did you put the models in cutscenes? Was that with Click Team? I don't know anything about this stuff.
Well, I mean, before I was making video games, I mean, I was an animator. I mean, I got my degree in computer animation, and I had several jobs where I was, none of my jobs have ever involved making games at all. It's always been about using 3D Studio Max, obviously the modeling software that I use, and and that's a full animation program. So whenever I went to make the cutscenes, I wouldn't use Click Team at all. I would just go back to my old school skills, bring my characters together and animate them. I'd render out movies, drop those into my video editing software, and there you go.
Yeah, that's awesome. I've watched some of your old animations, by the way, on YouTube. They're all out there, Scott.
I will say this: the only reason why I think Sister Location, the original, is kind of buns, is because there's so many moments where, like, with the Funtime Freddy repair section or whatever. It might have been with the break room, or it was the break room, one of the two. I don't remember. It's been so long since I played Sister Location. Where if you die, you had to go all the way back through Balora's gallery again to get there, instead of just starting off in that area. There was moments like that was just so annoying, and I wish Scott would have gone back to update the game to improve those like little checkpoints. Genuinely. I know this exact animation because I know Phil has shown me it before, and I've seen clips of it on like Instagram. It is so cute. No audio. No audio. Oh, is it being stupid? Hold on 1 second, guys. I apologize. What the heck? Wait, so okay, hold on. I'm gonna play it really quick. Okay, are we good? Okay, hold on 1 second.
And there was always this creep.
No, there was something weird with my computer because it wasn't picking up on OBS. So I think I fixed it.
The ratty looking cat that we all started fondly calling Demon Cat. You know, and in fact I took and my two sons now who are teenagers, they were just 3 and 4 at the time.
Yeah.
But we actually went out searching for
We
demons.
go back a bit. Yeah, we can go back a bit. I'll go to like right here.
That's a true story. That is based off of a true story. My family we were living in a little apartment complex, and there was always this creepy, ratty looking cat that we all started fondly calling Demon Cat. And in fact I took and my two sons now who are teenagers, they were just 3 and 4 at the time.
Yeah.
But we actually went out searching for demons. We made an event of it one night. We all got flashlights and went searching around the apartment complex looking for the Demon Cat. And I even got a photograph of it. And man, I don't know whatever happened to it, but we peered under a car and I took a picture, and of course its eyes were glowing green. And we found Demon Cat. But then true to the story, like I don't know if it was a week or 2 later or whatever. It was a mama cat, had little babies. So it wasn't really this big bad cat. It was just a mama. And of course everybody was taking care of it. Like every single person was setting out food for her, so she was well taken care of.
That's awesome. Actually, thinking about your voice right now, you did narrate those, right?
Oh yeah. That was me, and all of the voice roles. I mean, all the male roles, obviously, but
yeah.
These days I'm so fortunate to, be able to go online and be able to connect with voice talent. Not that I wouldn't have been able to afford it back at the time anyway, but the internet was brand new. I mean, we're talking 15, 16, 17 years ago when, the internet was around, but you couldn't just go online and connect with the kind of talent that you can today, So I was pretty much on my own when it came to voice acting.
Okay, moving on to I'd say the highlight of your trial.
There wasn't really many questions for sister location there. That was pretty. I wish there was a little more for sister location there.
Five Nights at Freddy's 6. The game you originally planned to be a pizza simulator, an 8-bit pizza simulator, and everyone was like, okay, let's have it. And you released the whole game without anybody knowing anything for a whole year. Like, why? Just for
Okay.
the surprise.
Well, no, there actually was reasoning behind it. It wasn't just to be a troll, okay? And the reasoning was kind of complicated, and it was not a very fun. That was not a fun year. I mean, that was a game that
Okay, hold on. What was the question?
Without anybody knowing anything for a whole year. Like, why? Just for
Okay.
the surprise.
Well, no, there actually was reasoning behind it. It wasn't just to be a troll, okay? And the reasoning was kind of complicated, and it was not a very fun. That was not a fun year. I mean, that was a game that was born out of necessity because I needed to kind of bring a conclusion to several events from the series. However, whenever I was in the early stages of it, and I think I'd released a very early idea that I was working on another game, but I think it was someone on Steam that just made a passing comment. It was just a passing comment. You know, nobody paid any attention to it. You know, he'd better not just start teasing a game like he always has been before. You know, because it's just not going to cut it anymore, or something like that. I don't know. It was just some passing comment, but it just made me start thinking. It's like this next game, I really can't do that. You know, I can't just do the same thing that I did before. I can't just start releasing teasers because for some reason at that time I just knew that if I
We need to go find this person. And we need to all just, why did you say this? Why did you say this? Oh yeah, by the way, my girlfriend leaves little trinkets for me. She gave me a Miku today. Why? Why?
went through another year of just releasing teasers, that would give everybody a lot of fatigue. Like that would fatigue people. That would wear people out, and it was going to rub people the wrong way. You know, and I can't explain why I felt that way, but I just really felt that way. But at the same time, I needed to resolve a lot of issues with the story. And so those two factors combined, that's the way that I handled it the way that I did. I worked on that game for a year in secret, all the while the fan base was, you know, getting pretty agitated that, you know, I wasn't talking to them and I wasn't working on anything. But I knew that was the way that it just had to be. It had to be this way. This game could not have a lot of hype behind it, because that wasn't the purpose. The purpose of it was not to make a lot of money. The purpose of it was not to build a lot of hype. It was just to resolve some plot points that people wanted to see. And so the result of that was me going into the dark for a year, and then just dropping a game, and there you have it. And you know, and even on the Steam store, it's not there. It's not there to draw a bunch of attention to itself. You know, it's using all the really simplest screenshots. That is truly there for just people who wanted to have kind of a resolution to some of the story.
It was still a big highlight though. But it, like, the surprise just, I think, blew everybody away though, to be honest. I mean, it's one of my favourite memories where I'm just, you know, being Freddy, throwing pizzas, and then the game glitches, and then you sat in a room with Scrap Baby. Do you know what I mean? Like, it was the biggest surprise ever.
Well, good. We'll see. Well, and that's exactly what it needed to be, because just like every game kind of needs to be a little bit different.
Yeah.
You know, the way that it's approached needs to be different too. And the reason why I brought that comment was because it just kind of reminded me. It's like you can't just do the same thing that you've been doing. You can't just start releasing teasers again randomly and just expect everybody to keep caring. You know, so I knew that I had to handle it differently, and yeah, and I think that I was successful with that.
Yeah.
I think it worked out well.
Yeah, it did. Specifically as well, with changing things up a little bit, you added the simulator starts. So you make your own pizzeria. You put your.
I think Scott needs to relearn this lesson again. You can't just keep always constantly releasing teasers, but you also can't constantly just not release teasers. I think Scott's now gone to the other extreme. Now, in my video, which should be done soon, I'm hoping to have it out Monday from my editors telling me, but no promises. I do analyze the teaser rate and trailer rate from Scott's games to the modern era, including Into the Pit. Let me tell you, it is horrible. Just saying.
Your own animatronics and designs in. I think that was a really, really cool idea. And, you know, it split the game up as well. So you're not just always in an office. You have a break from being scared, and you know you can make your own pizzeria. Simple as that.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with how it turned out.
Awesome. Next up is Ultimate Custom Night. So this was the literally released.
Literally one question. And then goes right. It goes right into UCM. Okay.
A month ago? Has it been a month already?
Mm-hmm.
What?
Maybe a little more even.
With Ultimate Custom Night, you know, having 50 plus animatronics, was this bigger than you originally wanted it to be? So, did you originally...
7 is UCN bigger than you expected?
think, right, I'm going to put 50 animatronics into this game, or did you just keep building it up?
I mean, I always planned. I always knew that it was going to be a full size game. I mean, you know, originally. I mean, I guess at the very beginning, it was going to be an add-on to Pizzeria Simulator, but it was very soon afterwards that I realized, you know, this is going to be just a full Five Nights at Freddy's experience. You know, this just needs to be its own full game. And yeah, and originally it was going to be, you know, 4D characters, but then I kind of filled those slots up pretty quick, and there were just too many characters left out. You know, so I had to add an extra row, and even then there were too many characters left out. So I just kept on adding, and I found a lot of really good. I found some really good tricks to really help the program be able to handle it. You know, because like my biggest problem with Pizzeria Simulator, and I'm just kicking myself, was that, you know, I wasn't utilizing some of the graphic features properly. You know, especially with the jump scares. You know, because I had these high resolution jump scares, and it would just run out of video memory. So that's why I had to just chop out frames. But you know, but there were just some really neat tricks, you know, to render them smaller and then scale them up for the sake of the game. And you really can't tell when you're playing it. They might look a little bit fuzzier, but they still look pretty high quality. But you know, it just allowed me to squeeze in all these characters and all these jump scares and just all this content, you know, really seamlessly.
Was there any scrapped ideas at all for the game? So anything that you wanted in but you couldn't, or you just didn't like how it turned out?
No, whereas in some of the other games, yeah, there had been some different ways I considered taking it, but no, Ultimate Custom Night, that was really only the way that it could go, you know, and I kept on just kind of adding on to it. Oh yeah, but I will say this just for the record, you know, to all of your viewers listening, I'm going to give you credit where credit is due for coming up with the idea for being able to purchase new office skins. Because I think that, because originally I had it to where they would just randomly pop up. You know, whenever I gave you that original test copy to play, you know, you had a 1% chance of each of those offices appearing, and you made a comment saying, "Hey, it'd be cool if you could unlock those." You know, and then I changed that, and now I think it's a great feature of the game. So
awesome.
Thank you, Dawko.
I feel like I've participated in
my goat.
Yeah, no, I thought having the offices as a reward would be good, and I think you put the score amounts for each office like perfectly. So yeah.
What is Adam? Who's Adam?
I think you just said that you were satisfied with the game, but are you satisfied with this possibly being the last game that you might create, the last FNAF game?
Yeah, I am. I really am. Starting with Five Nights at Freddy's 3, there was always something that I wasn't completely happy.
Game that you might create, the last FNAF game, possibly being the last game.
Okay, So we're now an hour in. We are almost done. 10000. Are you satisfied? Oh, I love. Wait, Johnny, do I not have you as a moderator on my channel? Oh, it's not letting me. Because wait. You are now a moderator on my channel. Yeah, dude, I love the sister location office so freaking much.
That you might create the last FNAF game.
Yeah, I am. I really am. Starting with Five Nights at Freddy's 3, there was always something that I wasn't completely happy with, and that would become a core principle of the next game.
Yeah.
With 3, I wasn't completely happy with the jump scares, so I worked on 4. With 4, I wasn't completely happy with the storyline, so I made Sister Location. With Sister Location, I feel like it leaned a little too sci-fi and left a few plot points. Well, there were a few plot points that were really bothering people. So then I made Pizzeria Simulator. But then even with Pizzeria Simulator, even though I was really happy with the game, I don't know. I just felt like it needed a capstone. It needed some other bookend, just some experience. And in Ultima Custom Night brought in all of the characters, and it's been, and I think so far it's been the best reviewed of the games, which thrills me. Of course, I'm really happy to see that everybody's just seemed to really enjoy it. People have even welcomed a DD into their hearts after all this time. It took everyone a little bit of time, but I think everybody likes DD now. So
no, we do not.
Maybe not. No, am I wrong?
You're wrong, buddy.
I'll tell you what. Everybody, just leave a comment in Dawko's video if you disagree. You hate DD.
I like DD. She can just sometimes spawn at awkward times for me. I mean, with 50-20 mode, there was no stopping.
Yeah.
DD, so I wasn't really bothered about. I'm just gonna say, it's Shadow D. Does she have a specific name? Should you say Shadow DD?
I named Shadow DD XOR, and I'm not sure why. But like with most of the other characters in this franchise, whenever I'm making them, some name immediately comes to mind. It doesn't mean anything, but that's the name of Shadow DD.
XOR. Okay. Well, is that, people said that might be Zor, or is it XOR?
It's just XOR.
Okay, awesome. But yeah, XOR was just with the mechanics of 50-20 mode anyway, so you couldn't be annoyed with XOR because it was part of the mechanics on what to do.
The way I feel, okay, watching the whole FNAF 4 season, I'm even gonna scroll back up really quick just to look back at it. So, yeah, he was just, yeah, people were excited he released the game early. Yeah. Yeah, he felt unsatisfied. Yeah, more the game. Yeah, was at so. I have to rewatch Matt Pat's video on the FNAF 4 box. Maybe I should do that as another stream. React to that theory. Because I won't have time to tonight because I have to make Japanese curry for dinner. But and I forget, what did Matt Pat say was in the box? Like, I know he, like, did he, I haven't seen that video in literal ages, but like, the way I feel about it, I don't know if he said something later on because it's been so long since I've watched these. That's why I'm writing notes for them now. I would say no. I would say Dream 3 was a red herring because he did like come out so quick to debunk it too. I don't think Scott would have gone that far. Because Scott did say that like the issue with FNAF 4 was the idea was too broad. It was too big. Yeah. Yeah, original Dream Theory didn't have contents of the box. Right. And that's a conclusion I also came to, was there's nothing in the box. So, yeah, it was every toy shown in the minigames. Yeah, I don't think Dream Theory was correct, but I think the box was. Like, he specifically called out, yeah, what he said was in the box was absolutely correct, but he didn't mention the rest of the theory, which, previously, Scott Cawthon said, no, Dream Theory is not canon when that big controversy happened. So, I would say no. I'd say, if anything, it suggests not Dream Theory. Yeah, I think, yeah, because I do think Matt Patton might have gotten some things right. Like, I'd have to go back and rewatch his theories. But I think, yeah, like, Matt Pat would make a theory, and then the community would be like, yes, when in reality it's no. And it would inconvenience Scott, because now he has to go against, like, millions of people's belief on FNAF. And I think that obviously became a contributing factor later on in the lore with it, because Scott's a huge people pleaser. And yeah, my god.
To try and beat it. Speaking about 50-20 mode, have you tried it after the game has like been released? You know it's possible now.
Oh no. Listen, my score, my high score is still just 6,800. You know, making custom nights. The tricky thing about it, and actually I only really had to worry about this here, but you know, I know I've mentioned other times that anytime I've ever made a custom night, I've always assumed that the most difficult mode was impossible. I mean, because that was never the intent of the game. When making the game, there are always 5 nights, and I make sure that those nights are beatable. I make sure that the 6th night is beatable. I make sure that nightmare mode is beatable, you know. But as far as like, you know, as far as setting all the, you know, the difficulties all to 20, it's never been a goal to make it possible. And really one of the main reasons is because if I ever get to a point where I could beat it, then everybody else would beat it within the first 12 hours of the game being released. You know, I mean, me being able to beat something is not a super high bar to clear as far as, you know, someone else being able to come along and beat it. With Ultimate Custom Night, it was really tricky because unlike the other games, there was a burden on me to make sure that it could be beaten. And this is one of the areas where I think, you know, all these years of designing games really benefited me, because even though I could never beat it, and I still can't beat it, everything was designed in such a way to where I was 99.9%.
Actually, Unusual Care, I want to shut that down so quick. Like, steel wool will leave inklings of things, and it's meant to get you on a ladder to go look at the other games, to continue up that ladder. There could be something in Sister Location that they want you to notice, and then you'll go back to like Fnaf 3 or something, like, or you'll go into the future games like Secret of the Mimic or something and find something like that. That's something they explicitly said that they do. Like, not everything has its answer, not everything will have its answer, but how is it my fault for your pizza burning? Anyways, but yeah, no, I think they have definitely helped conclude some things for sure. But what do you do?
% confident that nothing was going to conflict with something else in a way to where it would genuinely make it impossible. And it will, okay, with one exception. One oversight might have been the whole issue of coin collection, because I think I do agree that it might have actually been impossible to collect enough coins, you know. But
the reason why it's led to nothing is because the ladder isn't fully built. The ladder will be fully built once we're done with the Mimic storyline. That's what I think. We have, like, let's say if like you're making a Minecraft ladder and you have a tower that's 200 blocks high, we're probably at like halfway, I feel like, in that ladder, or like 3/4. Like, I think we're like 3/4 of the way up that ladder, because I think what we're gonna get this next Steel Wool game, maybe 1 or 2 more, or maybe they milk the hell out of it. I don't know. And yeah.
But other mechanics provided kind of a backdoor to solve that. You know, I mean, being able to keep something on your camera and them not moving, you know, that is intentional. It might have been, you know, used in ways that I hadn't intended, you know, but it was intentional, because obviously you don't want to have a character on screen and then suddenly pull down your screen and jump scare you. That would be teleporting. It gives you know,
The ladder is a circle. I think that's probably the most true thing ever. I think because everything's gonna loop back in on itself. That's something that's been very heavily shown to us, is that everything will loop back. Once we finish the Mimic storyline and we finish that future stuff, it's gonna all come back. Like, it's gonna loop back and tell us everything we need to know. That's what I think. Like, obviously there's gonna still be mysteries left open for people to come back to. I don't think we'll ever fully have every answer to Fnaf 1 through UCN and, you know, Help Wanted to Secret of the Mimic and whatever comes after. I don't think we're gonna have all the answers for every mystery of those, but I think we'll have a lot of them. And I think, like, once we get through the Mimic storyline, maybe after this next storyline starts, we'll know all about FNAF 1 through UCN, but then it'll explain some things about the Mimic storyline. And once we get started on the next one, you know, that next one will explain everything from the Mimic storyline. So you always have like a before that still needs explaining, a during, and then the after will explain the before, and then that during becomes the before. You see how stupid it sounds?
It's kind of immersion breaking if something is one place, you know, so the idea of locking them in place by watching them is a game mechanic, and it was used by everybody in a really clever way to kind of bypass mechanics that might have otherwise made the experience unplayable.
Yeah, exactly. That's awesome to know. So the watching the plushies was intentional, where they couldn't get you, basically.
Yeah. I mean, well, you know, and like Lefty is. There are several characters to debate that way. Lefty is one of them also. As long as you keep the camera on Lefty, Lefty will never attack you. I mean, that's kind of been a feature in, I think, pretty much all of the games, or at least many of them.
Yeah. I think you could actually get 30 Faz coins. By the way, I didn't try that though, because what we did was we kept lifting up the monitor, which made BB and JJ and Helpy spawn. So we just, you know, we could get 10 Faz coins for the death coin in literally 10 seconds. So I think it is possible to get the plushies if you just, you know.
I think it was just like a month ago that someone finally beat Custom Night for Sister Location before the patch came out.
Oh,
you know,
yes.
because
They have given us answers, and if you watch the Steel Wool interviews, they even say there are just things that people still have not found. At the time of like Help Wanted 2, there's still things from like security breach stuff that people just have not noticed. So
I saw that, yeah, with the power.
You know,
Yeah.
Someone did that. So I'm sure that, you know, so who knows, maybe 6 months, 9 months, a year, 2 years down the road, someone's going to take it upon themselves to beat Custom Night, you know, no death coin, buying all the plushes,
Yeah.
you know, and just really torment themselves with that, and so that'll be interesting.
Yeah, that's not going to be me. Just letting you know that.
It's not going to be you? Come on, man.
Well, I would do it in front of a bet, but you know.
No, you've served your time.
Wow. Okay. I don't think I would be able to, honestly. Maybe like for a charity stream, like something like that, I could maybe do something with it. But yeah, Ultimate Custom Night, one of my favourite games, by the way, in the series.
Steel wouldn't have to say that because people already replayed, you know, FNAF 1 through UCN all the time looking for lore, and people were still going to do that regardless if Steel Wool said that or not. Like, that's just a thing that, and especially in the day and age that we are in now, where you have many creators, you know, TD, Gibby, and all of them who constantly go back to relook at things, myself included. Because it's more commonplace now to go back and start over, and more commonplace to be like, okay, well, there's this idea, let me start from the beginning and see if this, you know, yeah. So I don't think they would have to say that. I don't think they would. They most certainly wouldn't, because I know Steel Wool isn't that scummy. I hope, at least from what I know, but
It's on the top for me.
Good.
Really, really awesome. And a nice send-off as well, Scott. Bringing them all together.
Yeah.
You know, and I feel like it was a great send-off to the game, and I think it's left a lot of people satisfied as well. Though that's a point I wanted to make. I'm satisfied, just letting you know that, and I think a lot of people are satisfied with this too. Like, you know, we understand that it's the last one, and yeah. Speaking about it being the last,
that's all that matters to me. So I'm glad to hear that.
Awesome. You mentioned during the interview that you've watched MatPat's theories and stuff. Has there ever been a theorist or somebody you've watched on YouTube?
Okay. $107.51. Has there ever been a theory?
And you thought, you know what, this is actually quite close, or like very accurate to the story I wanted to tell, or something like that. Like if they were right, close to being right, or something.
Yeah, but I can't say anything whenever I see that.
Yeah.
You know, but like I said, I can't jump in and confirm it, because then people would stop caring at all. Then they would just wait for me to come out and give the answer.
To say something.
So I would just have to look at that. So I would just have to look at that comment and just kind of nod to myself, like, you got it. You know, you got it right, friend. But
you can't say anything.
But no one's gonna ever know. You know?
Which is crazy thing, because like, I wonder if Scott still watches theories and how much, because like, dude, there's so many. I don't think he watches. I think he probably only watches like, I mean, there's only really who like make consistent content. There's TD, there's Game Theory, Gibby, Hyperdroid, ID here and there. Did I say Rytoast? I'm not sure if I said Rytoast. He probably only pays attention to like the big creators who like consistently post, because like the reason why I'm not saying John Fnaf is like, I have not seen that dude upload, or at least in my recommended, in absolute ages. Like since Secret of the Mimic release, I have not seen that dude in my recommended like ever.
Has that been hard to do that, to stop yourself from, you know, trying to reveal stuff? Because I remember a while ago, in the MatPat's live stream when we were all involved, you were putting things on the website about
I was in that
like some
stream.
little hints and stuff to try and like guide us to the right direction. but we still never got it.
It has been difficult, and the times that I have tried to step in and say something have usually been mistakes.
Yeah.
Because that's part of the fun of it, right? You know, people, you know, the discussion is just as much fun as, well, that's what it's all about. You know, people really enjoy that, and the times that I've stepped into, I don't know, I've learned to just focus on making the games, and let the community do the talking, and they really enjoy that. But sometimes I'll see, like I said, sometimes I'll see someone say something that was way.
I don't think Scott really watches stuff anymore. I think he's made aware of things by people who tell him like, hey, there's this really cool thing or whatever, but I don't think he watches stuff anymore unless someone's like, hey, there's this really cool thing, or someone sends something to him
out there, and I want to jump in and say, no, that's not like one of the big things for a while was, you know, whenever Sister Location first came out, there was adult theory, you know, and you know, and I saw that, and I'm like, oh no, you know, and it wasn't completely off base. Like I could see where it was being derived from, so it's not like it was someone just trying to cause trouble for no reason. It was just a theory. But I was like I have to step in, like I have to do something to fix this right away, and my response to that, to fix it, evolved into, you know, a pretty simple solution. I would just release a new teaser that would just kind of steer it in the correct direction. You know, and that was the right way to handle it. It's not to directly interact with the community, but to just release a new teaser, you know, that just kind of guides it back. And I did that very soon, like within a couple of days after adult theory gaining popularity, and I kind of guided it back to where it was supposed to be. And then, like I said, sometimes someone would get a good idea, but I can't.
You know, Unusual Carrot, like, probably, and you know, I'm in such a fun spot with theory content because like I just like Project Hopeless, I just flat out believe that's true. And like I know it's probably not, but I just it's true and I'm okay with other ideas. And I think that's what people need to do is like they need to be satisfied with their ideas and also be satisfied with other ideas. Cause like when I see something that like directly goes against something I said in Project Hopeless or any of my videos, I'm just like that's a good point. And why didn't I think of that? I think why did I think of that? And it teaches me how to look at things in different lenses to help my theories going forward. Like, oh, I see this, but let me look at it through a different lens of like how this person would think. Like I think about like how would, TD think? How would Withered Circle think? How would Hyperdroid think when looking at these things? And how would I think? How would Scott think? I try looking at things through different lenses, different angles, and yeah. I'm not retired from theorizing. I'm just more like half retired because like I'm working on a sequel to Hopeless. And I've been working on it for a while, since a little bit before Hopeless released. It's just I'm not really going to go out of my way to make like single 20-minute theories anymore. It's like I'm only going to make theories if I genuinely have something. Like 14 theory levels of something, Hopeless levels of something. This next project. Like I wouldn't be making this next project if I didn't genuinely have something. It builds off of Hopeless and it continues it. And the only reason why I retired from, well, half retired was just because of the toxicity in the community. And I wanted to go and work on bigger projects and bigger things that I've been given the opportunity to do. And that's why. And as I can't say everything that I wish I could, but there'll hopefully come a day where I can. And yeah. The title of the sequel was in Project Hopeless, but I think only one person found it. There were secrets in Hopeless that I don't think anyone caught on to. And that will always kind of sadden me, but the one person who did find it, they did DM me. And they're very excited for the next project, but just based off the title. It's exciting. I'm still working on it amongst many other videos, and I'd just say be excited for it because it covers world sister location ffps UCN. Fnaf World was going to be in Hopeless, but I felt that what I had found in Fnaf World was just as big as what I had found with the box. I felt that it took away from the box, and I felt that it actually worked better with the story of sister location, FFPS, and UCN compared to what the story was that I was explaining and telling and Hopeless for FNAF 1 through 4 plus Secret of the Mimic. The only reason why I spoke about Secret of the Mimic in that video, which I know a lot of people complained that I spoke about Secret of the Mimic in that video, the only reason why I did is because it was the earliest point in the timeline. Otherwise, and I think it helped contribute to like the things that I was going to talk about, like, Fredden, who was telling me about, Freddy is 82. Stuff like that. Like, well, there has to be before. I can't go to 1983 and then before 1983 without explaining that in 1979 there's Secret of the Mimic. So, yeah, just a guy, good comment. So in my next video, I analyze like from first teaser to game release, what's the average release time? I think in like FNAF, like the original games, it was maybe like on average like 3 months, 2 months, maybe. But now it's like 11.17 months now. We get like a new FNAF game on average every single year. So the only weird thing is that we should be getting a FNAF game coming up soon. Because Secret of the Mimic released in like what it was like August, July, June, something like that. I think, but the next game hasn't been teased yet. And if those teasers from Steel Wool are those teasers, we have a whole year left. So this would mean we have a 2-year break in between, but we would still have a whole year left from when that first image dropped for the next game. So then we shouldn't expect to see that next game until like June or May of next year, if it goes by that average number of 11.17 months from first teaser drop to game release. And the first teaser also counts the trailers in that thing. So if it was a trailer first, then images later, I counted the trailer as the first teaser. So
anything about that either. You know, I've just tried to monitor the community, monitor the comments, monitor the theories, and then when the group as a whole starts getting the wrong idea, that usually means that, sometimes it just means that I need to do a better job of storytelling, and then I try to use that as kind of course correction for the next thing that I do to guide the story the right way, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Have I ever been right on anything? Like close to anything at all? Or have I just been completely wrong for 4 years?
That's a difficult question to answer, because there are really two kinds of people there are two kinds of theorists, you know? One kind is the kind of viewer or member or whatever who takes all the known facts and only uses those to put together a storyline.
Yeah.
You know, which is kind of what, Matt Pat does.
Yeah.
And then the other kind is taking those few facts and then you just ad-libbing a lot more, taking more creative freedom as to where the story might go.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, so in other words, one type is trying to figure out what happened, and the other type is the kind that tries to figure out what might happen, like after another 6 months or after another year, after the next game or whatever, you know, and then try to figure it out. So one is much more speculative than the other. I guess that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
So it's hard to, that being the case, it's hard to gauge people as how right or how wrong they were whenever whenever a lot of people are, obviously adding a lot more of their own imagination to the mix, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But all right, I'll say this. I cannot remember a time whenever I've watched one of your theory videos and just rolled my eyes like, oh my gosh,
Okay.
He's lost it, so.
Okay, I'll take that. Yeah, because I'm like, I just do videos on just ideas and stuff. Like, if I have an idea, I just say it, and because I like to try and make the community expand more. Do you know what I mean? Not just set their mind on one idea. Like, with any theory, there's always multiple ideas to something, and that's what I tried to do with Ultimate Custom Night and stuff recently, is try to give the community ideas to have their own judgment on the game. I think MatPat has a lot of pressure to just do one set plan, because if he tries to go with other ideas and stuff, his audience start to think like, well, hold on here, you're going all over the place. You're telling us loads of ideas and not just one solid idea.
Well, I mean, he's got a lot more pressure on him, obviously, just because of the audience. Yeah. That goes with anything else. There's always going to be a lot more pressure on him and a lot more scrutiny and a lot more criticism, focused on him. I think he's managed it really well without.
Yeah, he has.
Yeah, I think he's done really well. Like I was saying, that's why it's hard to tell you if you've ever been really right or really wrong, because you lean more into the speculative crowd. Yeah. Your theories are much more speculative about what could be going on rather than trying to put together solid timelines and stuff like that,
Yeah. Okay. Next question I'd like to ask is, how is the movie going? Because I know a lot of people have been wondering about this.
The movie's been going really well. The first few years,
if only he knew
of the franchise, everybody was trying to get a movie out as fast as possible, like to catch the hype wave and stuff. But now looking back, I'm really glad that didn't happen, because something I've really started to come to want over these last few years is I want that movie to be able to stand on its own as a good movie and not ride the coattails of a different part of the franchise, because then, for instance, if you were to make a movie that just had the name Five Nights at Freddy's without a whole lot of emphasis on the
I'm not gonna talk about it. I just checked my DMs really quick, and I see that Freddy and Jet Set just sent me gifs of dinosaurs. Just the both of them just sending me gifts of dinosaurs. Are you guys watching right now?
Quality of the movie itself, then yeah, if it happened during the peak of the popularity of Five Nights at Freddy's, it would do really well. But if the franchise as a whole, you know, had waned a little bit, then the movie wouldn't do well either. Like I want the movie to stand on its own.
Yeah.
I want the movie to be good on its own right. I want it to be a great movie. And for that reason, I'm really glad it didn't happen in those first few years, because I think too much emphasis would have been placed on getting it out as fast as possible. And you know, one of the challenges with the movie, and one of the reasons why it has taken so long, it's actually really difficult to make a script of this. I've had the privilege of working with a couple of studios now, obviously, talked to a lot of directors. I've had a lot of scripts come across my desk. I've had a lot of ideas pitched. And, you know, one of the biggest challenges, and I've written 3 scripts on my own. And I've struggled, honestly, with the same problem as lots of these other directors, which is just the fact that with 8 games, 5 books, including the security log book and the I forget the name
Freddy
of the other one.
Files.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You know, so with
See, Freddy Files was so buns, not even Scott could remember it. Like, that dude, he made the Freddy Files and he just kept making them, but I guarantee he don't remember a single thing he put in any of them.
So with the 8 games,
You don't know
5
how I
books,
feel about the Guy 2.0.
just thousands of videos and fan theories and this and that and timelines and all this stuff. Too many, you know, the people I work with so far have either looked at it all, been completely overwhelmed, and decided to do something completely original.
Actually, yeah, I should write that down. Yeah, it's like 1, 16, 20. I'm gonna do 1, 16, 15. Scott includes 8 games.
You know, just thousands of videos and fan theories and this and that and timelines and all that stuff. Too many, you know.
I prefer the second movie.
The people I work with so far have either looked at it all, been completely overwhelmed, and decided to do something completely original, to start completely over, and obviously that doesn't work. And a couple other guys had tried to incorporate everything into some, you know, master script that includes every aspect, every character, every idea. And obviously that doesn't work either, because then it's just a dumpster fire. It's just too much to squeeze into 2 hours. You can't do it. You know, you cannot do it. And, you know, originally the script was going to be based on the books, which eventually I decided was not the way to go. You know, the books were originally designed for people who just wanted extra stories. You know, they wanted a little bit more detail, more story, but that was never intended to be the definitive story of Five Nights at Freddy's. And people who go to see the movie aren't going to want to see a retelling of the books. They're going to want to see the first game. They're going to want to see a retelling of the story that got them interested in the first place. You know, the first game had the right atmosphere, the right characters, and that's what people are going to want. And ideally, if the first movie does really well, I think it would work great as a trilogy. Five Nights at Freddy's 1, Five Nights at Freddy's 2, and Five Nights at Freddy's 3, based on the first 3 games. I'm not going to go into the first movie with that mentality, though. I've seen too many good movies get kind of sidetracked by trying to set up future movies. I'm not going to fall into that. I'm just going to really focus on telling a good story with this first one. But yeah, I've seen some interesting things, and I'm going to try to be really careful, you know, not to sound critical of some of the ideas that I've seen, because, like I said, you know, there were a lot of challenges to writing a script for this, even for me, because there's just so much information. But there are some things that I'm really glad never made it. You know, and one of them being that something that I actually heard on, I think it was a Matt Pat on a live stream, was,
You know, I kind of want to jump in on this conversation about like balance and horror. I think there should be balance, but what makes a horror scary is when that balance is completely thrown off unexpectedly. You know, it could be psychological, it could be physical, it could be body, it could be whatever. But like I think that there's like a balance of like, yeah, there's tension, there's all these different things at play that's making you scared as it is, but then something comes and throws you completely off. Like you're expecting something, but there's something that completely just throws off. Like you're expecting something to be around that dark corner, but it isn't. But instead it's like on the ceiling, or it's like somewhere, or it's right behind you. And you haven't heard anything this whole time. It's just right behind you. You know, it's stuff like that where it's like you're not expecting it. Like there needs to be a balance, but then at some point the balance needs to be completely tipped in some way.
Musing about bad ideas that could potentially happen in a Five Nights at Freddy's movie. And one of the ones that he just brushed off and laughed about was the idea of plush toys coming to life. And I heard that, and that's another time where I wanted to jump in and say something, but I knew that I couldn't, because that is something that actually could have happened. You know, it wasn't a full-blown script, but somebody had that idea and could have implemented it, and there wouldn't have been a whole lot that I could have done about it at the time. So that's a scary thought, and that's kind of the risk, you know, that's kind of the risk of not really understanding a franchise really well, and then trying to come up with something that's I don't know, that would have been that would have been really bad. But yeah, I heard him mention that comment on his live stream. I was thinking to myself, you have no idea that actually almost happened. That specific idea, plush toys coming to life and taking over Manhattan, that actually almost happened.
I actually kind of want to see that now, though.
Well, you know, I don't know. It just maybe it would work better with a different name, but
Yeah, I mean the community's so
so
talented and stuff. Maybe they could make a little cartoon or something, like an animation of it happening as a joke.
I don't
I
know.
don't know, man. But yeah, in short though, I think that everything's where it needs to be right now. You
Good.
know,
So what's next? What you got any future projects or anything that you're working on?
I'm gonna try to take life a little easier. I think I did finally get a couple of big deals signed with some companies, and I'll be able to provide details on that later. But there are a few big things in the works that are happening right now, which is the virtual reality game is going, and
Dawko,
the
your face,
augmented
buddy.
reality game is going. I know most people, you know, the only example they can think of for augmented reality would be Pokemon Go. You know, but really, augmented reality game just means, you know, you hold up your phone and then
you see
things are
it.
kind of overlaid on the screen.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of half and half between what you're really seeing and then something superimposed. So, like, I don't think it's not going to have any kind of, you know, you're not going to be running through the bushes in your neighbor's yard trying to catch Freddy Fazbear or anything like that. You know, it's going to be something. I'm thinking it'll be kind of like a party game, something to do with your friends. You know, creeping through the dark, you know, creeping through your house, and then somebody's going to jump out at you. Yeah. But, you know, that's in the early stages. But I think it's going to be really cool. So that's in the works. And I'm in talks with a company right now to start porting Five Nights at Freddy's to major consoles right now, and I'm going to hold off on that because, you know, until I have more details on it. Yeah. But yeah, you know, I'm really encouraged by that. For the longest time, I wasn't willing to sign on with any companies because I was keeping the series too tight under wraps. You know, I really wanted to be protective of the story. I didn't want other companies to come in and add characters. I didn't want other companies to come in and add storylines. Yeah. And I'm still holding on to that. You know, my deals with them are very, very specific. Mm-hmm. You know, they don't have free reign to add storylines and characters. But I am more open to getting help now. You know, I'm more open to letting other companies do what I can't do. Like, you know, I don't know how to make an augmented reality game. I can't do that on my own. I don't know how to make a virtual reality game. I can't do that on my own. Yeah. So. Awesome. But yeah, I'm working really closely. You know, and I've done my best to pick really good people to work with. So, yeah, good things.
Exciting. Very exciting.
Give me another comment. I've done my best to pick really good people to work with. Name a comment that's aged like milk.
good people to work with.
I'm
So,
sorry, Scott.
Yeah,
If
good
you, for
thing.
whatever reason,
Exciting,
ever watch
very
this.
exciting. So we've got these the VR, the AR, the movie, so possible console port. So yeah, really excited. So I think a lot of people are going to be excited for those, definitely. If you could get the second, I think you've just answered this, but this is a little bit different. If you could get a second chance to go back to 2013-14, would you do it all over again in the same way?
I don't know. I don't think I'd go back and. I mean, obviously there are little details I want to maybe polish up on, but no, I wouldn't change anything. I mean, you know, yeah, in 2014, I think I mentioned this on an online interview, but you know, I was considering making another Legacy of Flan game, which is some series I used to make, some obscure series I used to work on many years ago that like 2 people know about, or work on another, or work on the sequel to Desolate Hope, or make an indie horror game, you know, featuring security cameras, you know, and that was a long decision, you know, and it could have gone any direction, and I chose the indie horror game. And then same thing with the sequel. After I made the first one, I almost didn't make a sequel to it. You know, I was considering 2 or 3 different game ideas. But no, you know, everything turned out for the best. I think I wouldn't go back and mess with it.
Did your family, through the course of these years, give you any good ideas, or like did they implement anything in any way, or influence the story?
Well, I will tell you, my oldest son Ian, he contributed an idea for the first game that has become iconic to the series, and the series could not go on without it.
Right.
And I need to take a moment to give him full credit for that. My son Ian, after they had been beta testing, I was like, hey, so do you guys have any suggestions for anything? Like, what do y'all think I should add to this? And Ian said, you should make it so that when you click on Freddy's nose, it honks. and I was like, oh, like that'd be kind of a fun Easter egg.
Yeah.
So I added it in, and now the rest is history. Like a game can't go by without being able to click on Freddy's nose. Like it's become just, you know.
We all expect it. Yeah.
So big shout out to Ian for
Thank you, Ian.
coming up with that.
Ian.
That's awesome.
Yeah, you know, but I mean, in all seriousness, I mean, it's just, you know, it's just nice to have a support group. It's great to have people around you who just support you. Yeah, I mean, that's really the most important thing, even more important than directly contributing ideas. It's just, you know, people who are around you and love you and support you and encourage you to try one more time. You know, you can't find anything more valuable than that.
Yeah, you're exactly right there. Yeah. Do you have any favorite games? I think you said before that you liked Mega Man, or am I completely wrong here?
All right. Well, I'm definitely a retro gamer. Whenever I pick a system to play on, I never go beyond Super Nintendo. So I'm stuck in 1993. I have my Nintendo and I have my Super Nintendo. All the games that I play are on those 2. And yeah, and I pick a game every once in a while that I'll try to really, you know, master or whatever. Yeah, Mega Man 3 was my big accomplishment. I could play through that game buster only. Very proud of it. And only recently, I know this will be really random, but recently I found a new gem that I.
Wait, Glitchting, you're stuck in 1993, huh? Yeah, no, I'm not gonna absolutely overanalyze his words there, but
UN Squadron on Super Nintendo. It's a side-scrolling airplane game. You know, used to tear me apart as a kid. You know, but now I've been really playing that every day and dedicating myself to it. And I beat it on normal mode. Now I'm fighting through on hard mode. You know, just whenever I get a chance. I don't have a whole lot of time to play games.
I mean, a few days ago, by the way, on the Reddit, a lot of people were posting things about your birthday, right? A lot of people would like to know when your birthday actually is, if you're allowed to say. It's just so we can say happy birthday.
Okay. Yeah, there's been a lot of confusion about this. Yes, because depending on what year you would try to look me up, a different birthday would appear on Wikipedia.
Yeah.
In a different picture.
Yes, the original picture. Yep, I remember that.
So I'll just tell us right now. My birthday is February 31st.
Okay. For some reason, I've always thought it was like summer. For some reason. So February, awesome. Okay. So that's the wrap for the interview. Apart from one final thing, would you like to say any final thoughts to the people?
I think I would just like to make sure everybody out there knows how much I really appreciate this fan base, and just how much I appreciate all of the support. Before all this Five Nights at Freddy's stuff had started, and I had just made the Desolate Hope, I was online and I found one piece of fan art that someone had made of the Desolate Hope characters.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just randomly. I have no idea who it was, and I have no idea what happened to that picture. But you know, that was so special to me, seeing that someone out there had enjoyed that game and drawn one of those characters. Like, that was just incredible to me. It made me feel so good. Made my day, made my week, made my month. You know, and so now to be able to, you know, go online and just see this, you know, incredible community of people, you know, with people that have 10 times the artistic talent as I do, you know, with all this, you know, with this fan art, you know, these fan games, you know, I mean, there are some incredible games out there, and I don't want to, like, I'm scared to mention names of anyone because I know that I'm going to leave out important ones, you know, but I mean, you know, like seeing these, you know, insane games that Nixon comes up with, you know, and, you know, and I've always heard nothing but good things about, like, the storylines in Pop Goes. And then, you know, the artistic direction of games like Flumpties, you know, and this, like, everybody has these specialties where they just flourish in the stuff that they make, you know, and like you go into GameJolt and just see these pages of all these really cool ones, you know, and I picked out a
every
few,
game
but
he listed, there are games
you know,
that were put into the fanverse.
You know, those are probably the more experienced members of the community, but you know, I don't want to overlook people who are up and coming game designers who decide to make fan games as their first game. You know, and what an honor that is. You know, what an incredible honor that is for someone to want to be a game developer and to have their first couple of games be a Five Nights at Freddy's fan game. You know, it's just such an honor. And like I said, just the incredible artistic community, like on DeviantArt, and anytime I go on Reddit, just these illustrations that people make. And, you know, and I've been fortunate enough to snag a couple of those artists to do official artwork for me. But you know, and you know, and the memes are great too. I've been very fortunate to see myself featured in memes. You know, not many people get to say that, and to see my characters featured in memes, so that's always exciting. But yeah, you know, and just the YouTube community, just, you know, amazing. I mean, you know, you, Razbowski, the Ryans, you know, Corey Kenshin, you know, Fusion, just this whole community of great YouTubers have just been so supportive over the years. Yeah, I'm just blessed. I'm just really blessed. This isn't so much a thank you as just I'm just grateful. I'm grateful to just be surrounded by just such an incredibly talented community. It's just been an amazing experience. It really has been.
Yeah, and for many years to come, by the way, Scott, like, we'll always be supportive with the community and you, always.
Well, I'm going to try not to let you guys down, but I hope, you know, I mean, I don't always get these things just right, but I hope everybody in the community believes at least that, you know, just like what I said, you know, how I've been trying to write this script. It doesn't mean it doesn't mean the movie's going to be perfect, and it doesn't mean that these next few games are going to be perfect, but I hope everybody at least believes that my number one goal is to make sure that I don't let anybody out there down. You know, I know that a lot of people enjoy these characters and enjoy these games, and that means the world to me. I'm just going to try not to let anybody down. That's always at the forefront of all of my thoughts, just making sure that I do right by everybody.
So yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Scott. I really do appreciate it. You know, it's been a long interview, and I really do appreciate the fact that, you know, you took the time to do this. It means a lot to me and everybody watching, of course.
Well, I hope I haven't misspoke anywhere. I hope the fan base will forgive me if I overcomplicate at some point. The last thing I want to do is start up a see a flame war erupt on Reddit right after this interview with everybody taking something that I said. So once, let me just make the disclaimer again. Like, no lore.
No lore, guys. Okay? No lore has been hidden. No lore was hidden in the interview. Be normal.
Lore has been hidden in this interview. Like this is all off the cuff. Nothing was pre-planned, you know. And this is just some guy, you know, talking about his experiences making the game series. So I hope nobody will read, you know, too much into that, you know. But yeah, this has been a lot of fun, Lewis. I really appreciate you taking the time to talk with me.
Thank you very much. And yeah, and that's what the community's like. That they try and think about things too much. So yeah.
Well, and I've done that. That's my fault. You know, this is what I have created. You know.
Curious people. I think that's it, guys. Thank you so much for watching.
All right, go, dog. I'll watch the rest of it so that he gets his watch time. Also, I need to like this video. I haven't liked it. I'm liking it. Yeah, if you haven't seen it, go watch it yourself. I mean, we did just kind of watch the whole thing just now, but also Dawko, if you do watch this, I know the last time I did this, you didn't completely screw me over and you know, nuke my live stream. Please don't nuke my live stream this time either, please. Please don't, Dawko. Because I also need the money. I'm just kidding. Okay. I'm going to use the restroom really quick, and then we'll get into the second interview and the last interview for the day. So I will be back. Okay, I'm back, and I got a bag of chips. They're specifically on in this cupboard. That's where all the snacks are. These are better than Cool Ranch, and I don't care what anybody says. All right, let's get into it.
Scott, tell me what's in the box.
I think as the 10-year anniversary is upon us, I will give this as my gift to the fan base on this 10th anniversary. What's in the box is Hi, Mabel.
Yeah, she's the best. What's going on, guys? Dawko back again. Hope you're fantastic today. And
Doritos ketchup. These are a thing? I got nacho cheese. I didn't know. You're from Canada, aren't you?
it's the 10-year anniversary of Five Nights at Freddy's. It is August the 5th, which means if you've been looking at the list, what the official Twitter has been saying, it's the interview with Scott Cawthon, everybody.
Hey, everybody. How's it going? Dawko, good to see you again.
Yes, 6 years since the last interview, right? Which is crazy. A lot of things have been happening since then.
The only reason why I know you're in Canada is because I know, like, a huge thing in Canada is a bunch of ketchup flavored things. Because I remember watching Markiplier back in the day, and the amount of ketchup things that are in Canada is insane. I'll have to try some ketchup things as like a live stream or something. I think that would be fun.
So let's go back a little bit. So the interview was August 2018. So after that, we got Help Wanted, Special Delivery, Security Breach, Help Wanted 2, Ruin DLC. So there's a lot going on. And of course, the future games as well. Yesterday, Steelwall has announced something. I don't know what it is yet because we're recording this, you know, a couple of months before. But guys, whatever it was, I hope you're very excited for it. Future Dawko, Into the Pit as well. Stuff to look for. There's so much stuff to look forward to. And it's really cool that you've done like a week of exciting things for the 10-year anniversary. You know, we've never seen something like this before. 10 years of Five Nights at Freddy's, which is,
Yeah.
it's pretty crazy, right?
Man, I can't believe it's been so long since our last interview. That really seems like just it doesn't. How long did you say ago it was? 6 years ago? That's
years
hard to
ago.
believe.
I
That's
know.
impossible to believe.
I know, right? I've actually got a song for you that I'm going to play for you to celebrate the 10-year anniversary.
Okay, no, this is getting things off to a kind of an awkward start, but I'll let you go on ahead.
Okay. Are you
No,
ready
wait,
for
you're
this?
gonna be performing. Wait, you're gonna be performing this yourself, or is something recorded?
I've got the harmonica right here.
Oh, a harmonica. Okay, my
I've
favorite.
been practicing this song for over 32 years. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, are you ready for this?
I'm ready. Come on now, you started this.
Right. Okay. Ready? I'm really good.
I love Scott so much because that would have been my exact reaction to Dawko doing this if that ever happened. Is go on, you started this.
I'm really good.
Now, I will admit that I couldn't actually hear that. I don't know if I don't know if your thing was cutting the audio out.
I'm gonna say there's no way.
Well, I actually played a spell.
Oh.
The spell is from 1864. Bell.
Oh.
Dude, you know what's funny? I can tell he's in his T-pose in this. I can tell he's in his T-pose.
The spell is from 1864 by a wizard named Dewey Muscrewy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That spell has now hypnotized you to tell me all the lore of Five Nights at Freddy's.
Oh, jeez. Now, I thought we talked about this in advance. Now, listen. This is a bad idea to start talking about lore. All right, well, here, you have to give me specific questions, and I'll see what I can answer for you.
I was joking.
But I make no promises.
Scott, tell me what's in the box.
Wow, just direct. Just
Yeah.
Okay, so let me get this set up. So 3. Hang on, let me get the what's in the box.
Yeah.
just out and direct, just like that.
Yeah.
Well, look, okay. It's the 10-year anniversary. Okay. And even though I like to be elusive, I like to kind of tease the fan base. I like to, and I do like there to be an air of mystery about things. Sometimes I do let things go on for too long. And I understand that sometimes things become not fun anymore and things can become frustrating for theorists. So, okay, I think as the 10-year anniversary is upon us, I will give this as my gift to the fan base on this 10th anniversary. What's in the box is
Thanks, guys.
Oh my god.
and that's about it. And that's it, man.
So, like we've been speaking about, 10 years of Five Nights at Freddy's, which is a crazy amount of time. I can't believe we're still here. It's been such a journey. So, I just wanted to ask you, do you have a highlight moment for the whole 10 years of Five Nights at Freddy's since 2014?
I think there have definitely been a lot of satisfying moments. Like obviously, if whenever one of the new games would come out and it would be positively received, that was obviously a huge relief. You know, there's never been any goal other than just giving everybody what they were really hyped up about. Because you know, when you see everybody getting hyped up and getting excited, if suddenly something comes out that just is a big letdown, there's no greater fear, I think, for a game developer. So that was always satisfying and a relief. But I think the biggest highlight was probably just going to the movie theater to watch the movie when it finally came out, because you know, behind the scenes of all of the games throughout the years and behind the scenes of all the books being written and everything else, there was always the movie. The movie was just a slow burn project, even just starting as late as 2014. So that has been in the background, being, you know, progressing for almost the entirety of not almost the entirety of that first 9 years. So to be able to actually go sit in the theater and hear the reaction from everybody and hear the fans really enjoy it, that was definitely that was definitely a moment of just real happiness for me, I think.
Literally 9 years, you know, having ups and downs, you know, getting the script right as well. I know you've said on posts before you've had so many scripts made for the movie. The plushies in Manhattan or something. That was one of the.
I really want to read the plushies in Manhattan one. Like, Scott, let us read it, please.
Script. So
yeah, it was.
Yeah, I can imagine how, you know, difficult it's been, like trying to get it all done. You know, I can just imagine. Well, I can't imagine it because I'm not you, but you know, when me, Raz, and Ryan and Baz went to a premiere for it and sat down at the cinemas, and we all looked at each other at the end, and we had to we couldn't believe it, and we didn't even make the games. We've been there since, you know, basically day one, but we all said, like, imagine how Scott's feeling right now, you know, just sitting down and seeing it actually, you know, on the big screen. It must be a crazy feeling.
Yeah, and now that I've been through the process, you know, I can tell you it's a miracle that any movie gets made, just being through that process, just how many wheels have to be turning at the same time. And how many things, and even though this process took a long time for me, you know, Hollywood works at just blazing speed, where there's 100 things happening at the same time, and it's a miracle if these things get coordinated. And sometimes things don't work out, but sometimes they do. On the day that I was driving to New Orleans, and the shooting was supposed to start the next day, on that drive, I was on the phone. It was like a 5-hour drive from where I was. I was on the phone the entire time trying to finish contracts and finish negotiating points, because there were still open items with there were still things that needed to be resolved with Universal, Blumhouse, the Actors Guild, the Writing Guild. There were just Louisiana. There were all of these things, and any one of them not being settled properly would mean we couldn't start filming. And all of those conversations were happening at the same time, and all of them depended on one of the other ones. And so that was a very stressful drive, but that's the way that Hollywood works. There's a million things happening at once. It was definitely a whirlwind, but to see all of those pieces come into place, it was pretty remarkable. And yeah, like you were saying, just all of the scripts,
starting just with 2015.
Yeah, didn't people complain that there wasn't really anything?
You know, there
in
were a
this
couple
interview
of deals
compared
that
to the last
weren't
time?
very good that I'm very fortunate didn't pan out. But then whenever I was with Warner Brothers briefly, that was a good deal, and I was very grateful to have that. But even that, whenever the stars seemed to have aligned, things just didn't work out there either. And so I was really fortunate to meet up with Jason Blum and get to have that deal with Blumhouse. You know, they had a lot of faith in the project, and they were following my lead on a lot of things, you know, sometimes to a fault, because lots of times I would throw things out and want to start over. But, you know, they were with me the whole journey. They were with me, and they believed in the vision, and everybody just had the fans at heart. That's all anybody wanted to do. Everybody was just making sure that every part of the movie would be something that the fan base would look at and recognize or relate to or connect with.
This question.
And I think in the end, we were able to accomplish that. And I'm just really happy with that. And I think we landed with just the perfect cast, which, again, that almost didn't happen either. There were a couple of instances where someone else was about to get a part, and then something would happen that would make that not work out, and then someone better would step in. And I've said this to, my contacts at Blumhouse numerous times just over this last 6 months, even since the movie came out, thinking, aren't we glad that we got like Josh Hutcherson for this role? Like, isn't it great we had Elizabeth Lale for this role? Isn't it awesome we had Matthew Lillard for this role? Isn't it great we ended up with Piper Rubio for this role? Like, every single person that we ended up with was just absolutely perfect in those slots, and everybody was just a delight to work with. Once again, since I'm new to kind of the film industry, I got to talk to people about their other experiences on other projects, and it can be really scary because usually, from what I understand, every production has one member of the cast or one person on staff or just one person that causes problems or something like that. We didn't have anything like that. Nothing like that. Everybody was just phenomenal. They were just a joy to work with, and getting to go to filming was really fun. So it was a really fun experience. And in the end, I'm just happy that the fans were happy with it. Now, that's not to say the film didn't have its places where it could have been improved. And we're all, and me and Emma and Jason Blum, we're definitely chat about that and looking to make sure the second movie is a step up and an improvement. So lots of good things to look forward to, I think.
Yeah, it's exciting.
Fair
And yeah,
enough.
you're right about the fan reaction. The fans absolutely loved it. Like, we all can't wait for the next movie. It's so exciting. And I'm so glad, it's actually happening as well. So yeah, exciting times. So yeah, you said that you've got a highlight of the
Aged
10
like
years of FNAF.
milk.
If you could go back and change one thing in those 10 years, do you have anything that you would change?
Okay, so we're at 11:40. Do you have anything you changed? Yeah, no. So that was a 6-minute answer.
You can't say the box.
No, the one thing I would change, I wish I could go back and have one more shot at FNAF World. I really, really do. I know it still would definitely be the oddball in the series, no doubt. And maybe it would still have been a
I genuinely think 5 Laps at Freddy's is that shot again
poor
at FNAF
decision
World.
in general, but there were just a lot of bad decisions made at the beginning of that project that doomed it from the start. Like, I was making it with mobile in mind, so it was a really low resolution. I was thinking about it as a game on the phones. I tried to make the whole game on one frame in Click Team Fusion. That just means I wasn't allowing it to be as big as it could have been. I was trying to cram it all together for my own convenience. There were just several decisions that were made that really hindered that. And also, I was in a rush because I was getting a little arrogant, thinking that, hey, anything I make is going to be gold, and I definitely ate some
All
humble
right,
pie
time to
with that
watch
really,
this
really quick, and I learned that is not the case. And so I've tried to be very careful to not make that mistake again after that. But yeah, if I could go back and change one thing, I wish I could maybe work with a different developer and just really make it a high resolution game, get in some really good graphics, maybe get someone else to help me with those graphics. And it could have been a good game. Who knows? Maybe somewhere down the line, if I get really antsy about it, and have a lot of free time on my hands. Maybe FNAF 2 or FNAF World 2 might be a thing.
Yeah, I was about to say that. You know, you could still get a different company to do a FNAF World game. It's not over yet. I think I've said this to you before. I love FNAF World. I think it is so underrated. And I always say...
I remember that for Christmas one year, my family got a laptop from my grandparents. And at this point, I was never actually able to play the FNAF games like on my own. I didn't have a tablet. I had a PlayStation 3 and then later a PlayStation 4. I had a PS2 and stuff, but what I mainly played was PS3 and then later PS4. And we finally got a laptop, a really crappy one. It was like 2015, 16. I don't remember when FNAF 4 came out, but we got it that Christmas. Oh my God. I played that so much. I got the other FNAF games as well on PC finally.
FNAF World is underrated. I love it so much. There's just a charm to it. I really do. And I know you don't like it, but I absolutely love it, man. I really do. I love everything about it.
If I had allowed myself to work on it for one more year, just like really double its development cycle and let it be a high res game, I bet it would have really been something. But like I said, who knows? Maybe for the sequel someday.
Let's move on to Steelwall, the amazing Steelwall Studios. That was the next game after Ultimate Custom Night. Help Wanted, one of my favorite games.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite games in VR.
I absolutely loved it. What has it been like working with Steelwall? Were you nervous?
We'll do 1405. What has it been like working with Steelwall? Dude, I don't remember, like, I'm slowly starting to forget the year I was born.
About it, because I know it's a big thing to, you know, give a company your baby, basically, and let them, you know, do what you've been doing for the past 5 years. How was it for the first time letting someone else work on FNAF?
I was really nervous about it. I was really nervous. You know, I went several years still doing it by myself, even after I had the financial ability to pay other people. Again, I wasn't in that mentality of being able to do that. So even though I could have done that, I was still doing things just all by myself, all the way through Pizzeria Simulator.
Yeah.
But by then it was I knew that it was getting too much for me. I knew that I had to find another partner for it, and I was scared of that because, you know, there are stories all over the internet available about just games that went completely wrong because of games being mismanaged in the hands of, you know, development companies. And I'm sure that all of their pitches on the surface would have sounded the same, but I really got lucky. For that reason, I really feel like I got lucky, because whereas I probably could have accidentally ended up with a company that did botch something, I didn't. I think I really honestly believe that I landed with the best, just one of the best development companies. They've been just a pleasure to work with, and they've done a really great job. You know, this last one they did, Ruin, I thought it was just so much fun. And I think that might be my favorite thing that they've made was Ruin. And the things that they have planned, which I'm not going to talk about right here, but the things that they have planned are really exciting too. So yeah, I've been really happy. It's been a really good experience. Well, I'll tell you, on Help Wanted, I was going to throw in, I'm happy with how Help Wanted came out, because at the time, and I don't have this anymore. I don't have a VR setup anymore. But whenever the first Help Wanted came out, I did have a VR setup. So I was able to beta test. And of course, I was leading the charge to want to beta test my own games. I got into the Funtime Auditorium and I noped out of it. I took the headset off, and I immediately got on the phone with Steelwall and said, I'm not doing it. I'm not going to test it.
The Funtime Auditorium.
You're going to test it. You'll find someone else to test it. I didn't even get jump scared by Foxy. I was just in there in the darkness, and I knew I wasn't going to do it. And I never played it again. And
you know how I beat that level when it very first came out and I had a PSVR 1 with the really shitty light tracking? I had the headset off, and I played watching the TV screen with the motion controllers going through it. That's how I beat that level back in 2019 originally.
Never played Help Wanted, and I never played Help Wanted 2 either, and I'm not going to.
People need to understand it though, right? Because in the past, like when I've obviously done videos on Help Wanted 1 and 2, I get a comment saying like, It's not that scary. You're overreacting. It's not that bad. But you don't know until you've literally put on the headset, right?
Yeah.
It's completely.
I've had many friends throughout the years where they'll come over and be like, I'm gonna have you want to try out FNAF VR, and they immediately go, no. Like they're just gonna they just go no.
different, just watching it from a screen is compared to having the actual headset on. It's terrifying.
Yeah, completely different experience.
Mhm.
My other question, Glitch Trap is one of my favorite characters in FNAF now. I absolutely love Glitch Trap. What are your thoughts on Glitch Trap as a whole?
1711. Okay.
With the development of Help Wanted.
I love the character, and I know that this is kind of one of the places where I know that there's a little bit of a divide with maybe me and the fan base, or maybe just within the fan base, because I always lean sci-fi. I have a tendency to lean sci-fi, even though I try to come back into the roots of the supernatural instead. But I can't help my inclinations to lean sci-fi. So anything that involves possession of AI or possession of machines or circuitry, that I love that sort of thing. So I love the idea of Glitch Trap. I'm not a huge fan of the name, and here's the way that these things happen. Okay, and this happened with Burn Trap too. Whenever I'm in the planning phase with Steel Wool, we come up with temporary names for these characters. Whenever we're doing the pre-production document, I'll say, oh, well, he's glitchy. We'll call him Glitch Trap. Oh yeah, he's burned. We'll just call him Burn Trap. But then those names get embedded in the source code because they use those temporary names also. And once they're in the source code, and once someone finds them in the source code, that's it. Like that's the canon name now, and there's nothing I can do about it. And hopefully we're learning our lessons going forward to maybe find I don't know, to just hone in on a better process there, because yes, I love the character. Not a huge fan of the name, but it is what it is for now. It's the name.
I love Glitch Trap's name. Can you think of a name, like, on the spot, like what you would want to call him or not?
Oh, I have no idea. But you know what? A good example is Nexus, from Ruin. Now,
Okay. Well, I remember we were at 1850. Hold on, let me fix that. 1850. What would you name Glitch?
To call him or not?
Oh, I have no idea. But you know what? A good example is Nexus, from Ruin. Now, that was a character where, even in just my design of the game, I thought that through, and I came up with that. And I'm really happy with it. I really like that name. It's a really cool name. But now, see, if I didn't have one of those ready to fire off, I might have thought up something like, I don't know, Purple Trap or AI Trap, or just something temporary, and then that would have been the can name. That would have been so much worse than Nexus. So
After Help on.
Yeah, because you would think like Glitch Trap would be AI Trap or something, but it's a glitch, and he talks about possession, so the glitch is caused by the possession, I think.
We got Security Breach. Were you happy with the release of Security Breach?
Oh my god. The fact that someone in chat is just named Mexus is great. Were you happy with the release of Security Breach?
When it first came out?
Security Breach, there's a really big story behind that. That was definitely a challenging period, and a lot of things just didn't align up perfectly for that, and there were a lot of reasons for that. I mean, obviously, I hear lots of studios and things kind of blame COVID for stuff, but there is a reason for that. COVID took well-structured work systems and suddenly scattered them and expected the work to continue to flow, and it just doesn't work that way. From my understanding, I'm pretty sure most, if not every, member of Steel Wool got scattered across the country and were trying to just carry on with the workflow. and it was just really difficult. I think that's really the only example when my idea of how a game was going to go was misaligned with how things were going with Steel Wool. And I had a specific story for this in mind. Okay, for Security Breach, I really did. I had a very specific story in mind, and it is very different than the one that got in the game. And I think a part of that is the way that I conveyed that to Steel Wool, because what I was trying to do was I was trying to tell Steel Wool to do specific things throughout the game, put specific items in specific places, have specific characters do certain things, meanwhile not telling them what the story plot was. Because in my head, I was thinking, okay, when people find this, they will connect this to this to this, and it will all be revealed. And I thought I could do that without telling Steel Wool the story plot. That didn't work out very well because they got all of these pieces and they thought it was their job to connect them in a way that made sense. And so really what you ended up having were the same pieces, but telling completely different stories. And since I was trying to kind of tell a specific story with mine that went a certain direction, they were taking pieces I didn't fully understand and trying to craft a story out of them. And again, I don't blame them for that. I blame myself for that, because I guess what I should have done is just said, hey, here's the story. Here's why these pieces are here. Here's how they're supposed to connect. And I can give you a really easy example for this. And I'm hesitant to say this because I don't like messing with the lore, but I think in this case, it's okay. When it comes to Burn Trap, originally,
Okay, this one we need to mark down as its own thing. Burn Trap was never meant to move.
Trap was never supposed to move. He was supposed to just be something you saw in the corners, or like if you were walking past machinery, you might be able to peek in between two things and see him in the corner or propped up against a wall, almost like a some kind of decaying movie prop, and you never fully understood what his purpose was. And he had a very specific purpose, and I'm not going to say what that purpose was, but realistically, he never moved. Well, obviously, that's not what we got in Security Breach. In Security Breach, we got a capsule opening and purple smoke flowing out, and him climbing out and coming to get you. And so it's just not quite the same thing. So, but anyway, it didn't turn out the way anybody wanted. But hey, whenever that happens, just like whenever I stepped in it a little bit with Fnaf World, me and Steel Wool got together. We were like, look, all that matters now is making things right by the fan base. That's all that matters. We all had the best intentions going on. We all wanted to make a good product, and we went in and we made Ruin for it, and I hope that redeemed the game, and I feel like it did, because I think it was really great. And anything that we do going forward that continues that.
I've never realized this because the bit rate is so cheeks on YouTube. The steam from his cup is animated. I never realized that the steam from his cup is animated. That is really cool.
Story has the same themes. I think we're just going to be in a much better situation to continue on.
So the Ruin DLC came out a year ago now, which is crazy to think about. Time's going so quickly, and the fan reaction to that was amazing. Everybody loved it, and everybody's looking forward to what's next. The ending of Ruin, with a specific character that came out, a new character into the games, the Mimic. Any thoughts on the Mimic?
2340. Okay, 2345. Any thoughts on the Mimic? It's because David's got a low taper fade.
I cannot share any thoughts on the Mimic other than I really like that character. This is a character that I really like and I'm really excited about. I think it's a really terrific antagonist, and I don't think it's the last that we've seen of the Mimic. That's all I'll say.
Yes. With that, do you have a favorite character in the Steel Wool era of games?
2405. That you have a favorite character from the Steel Wool games. Okay.
Games.
I mean, Music Man is too obvious of an answer, right? I mean, I think all those characters turned out great. In fact, I think this is why it's hard to pick a favorite, because all of them turned out so well, I've always really liked Vanny as a character. I don't think that Vanny was
You really liked Vanny's character, buddy. What character?
utilized to her fullest potential, and so hopefully we'll see another opportunity for Vanny to return as well. We'll see.
Ooh, okay. Moving on to the books. So the books have been amazing. I've been doing little summary videos on the channel with Fazbear Frights.
I really want those back. They were so good.
That was awesome. How has it been working on
450. How has it been working on Fazbear Frights?
Fazbear Frights?
It's actually really enjoyable. It's probably one of the most enjoyable things that I do because I just get to think up a really scary scenario, and then I create maybe a 10 to 15 page story out of it, and then I have writers that I work with, obviously, and they take that and they really flesh it out and fill it out and add the details and turn it into a full-length story, and I get to kind of just really see it come to life.
It's enjoyable. So Scott makes an idea, a 10 to 15 page story, then other writers flesh it out.
Yeah, so it's been really enjoyable, and that's something that I really enjoy. It's
Dude, imagine being one of those writers being handed in the flesh. Like, here's like, okay, Scott's got another one for Fazbear Frights number. I forget what book it was specifically in, but like Fazbear Frights number, I don't know, 4. You read it, and
it's funny because it's one of those things where as long as I know that that's something that's happening in my life, I might be at the gym or I might be watching a show, and then suddenly something will come to mind, and I'll be like, "Oh man, this is gonna make a great story," and I get right home and I start working on it.
Do you have a favorite story out of all of them?
what it was 25, 41. Do you have a favorite Frights story?
I think my favorite story it's probably Bunny Call. I know that's kind of an oddball choice, but there's a reason for it. Because some of these stories are based on my real life experiences. Bunny Call is not completely made up. I used to take my family to a family summer camp. Okay, this is one of my two. This is my two oldest boys were maybe 11 and 12 at the time. Or no, I bet they were 13 and 14. It's hard to remember exactly when this was. Or no, I bet they were 13 and 14 at this.
14.
It's hard to remember exactly when this was. but then I had younger two that were just babies still. And whenever we showed up at camp and we were all in the auditorium signing up for activities, it was rafting and boating. One of the things you could sign up for was a panda call. Okay. And a panda call it's a very deceiving title, because what that meant is that early in the morning, a bunch of the camp counselors dressed as killer clowns would come into your cabin and scare the crap out of your kids to wake them up early and drag them off to their daily activities. And so I signed up my two oldest, Ian and Braden, my old beta testers from whenever they all their lives testing my games. I signed them up for it. And I thought, oh yeah, this will be kind of fun. It was kind of fun until the next morning started rolling around. I started thinking about what I'd done, because then the next morning I woke up at 5 a.m. and I realized they're out there somewhere. Like this is happening right now. And I started listening for screams, and I started listening for noises, and I even snuck out and went outside. And it was dark, and there were crickets chirping, and I was looking around, and I just thought to myself, somewhere out here in the dark, in these trees, are a bunch of clowns, and they're coming to my cabin. and it was a really, really scary sensation. And so then I just went back inside, and I looked at my family sleeping. I looked at my baby sleeping, and my kids and my wife, and I was like, what have I done? Like, what have I done? Of course it ended up not being a big deal, because then I just heard a soft knock at the door, and I opened it, and there was a row of killer clowns. I said, never mind, you guys, and they just walked on. And so it wasn't a big deal, but it was still a really eerie.
If I ever did that, I don't think I'd have a girlfriend anymore. I think my girlfriend would leave me if she was woken up by a bunch of strangers in killer clown outfits.
Feeling like I had signed up for something that I'd regretted and I couldn't undo it, you know? And so I based a bunny call on that.
Oh, that's awesome. You said that you've got relatable stories. Do you have a relatable story with Fazgoo?
Look, okay. Listen, anytime there's a series of a whole bunch of different things, you're going to have some that are great, and then some there's like, well, like what was going on with this? You know, I don't know how to explain the Fazgoo. I'm sure I had something in mind that was really great, but you know, they can't all be winners. Now I will say a couple of the other ones that had real life connections. You know, sometimes you hear about people talking about their sleep paralysis demons or whatever. That's never really made sense to me, but now it kind of makes sense to me, and I don't know why it does. Yeah, every once in a while, a person you'll wake up, but you'll still be paralyzed in your sleep, and for some reason, I guess in that moment, you're still half dreaming, and so you have a tendency to still maybe see something before you fully wake up. And the Blackbird creature was mine. That creature on the cover of Blackbird is my sleep paralysis demon, because I was on vacation, I was by myself, and I don't know what the circumstances were. I feel like I was taking a midday nap, but I woke up with a jolt, and for a split second I saw that thing standing over me, and I couldn't move, and my body was tingling, and I was just frozen up, and I was just so disoriented after that. But I never forgot that, and I knew immediately after that, it's like, I've got to get this into a story somewhere, like this crazy looking creature.
That is crazy. That is absolutely crazy. I've never had sleep paralysis, so I don't know
it is horrible.
What my creature would look like, but I hope it doesn't look like that.
I don't think it's a normal experience. I don't think it's an experience you should want to have. I don't feel like it's a healthy thing. So yeah. if that hasn't happened to you, I think you're in a good place.
Do you have a least favorite story?
2955. Do you have a favorite story? Okay, we continue.
I don't know. I think it probably might be the Fazgoo, or no. I mean, come on. It's got to be the one where the guy gets pregnant with Springtrap's baby. I'm not sure what I was thinking about. You know, again, that's one of those things where, oh man, this is going to be really creepy. But then you step back and look at it from afar, and you're like, I don't know if this is a good idea. And I swear I wasn't picking on MatPat. That wasn't a story designed with MatPat in mind. It really wasn't. You know, listen, whenever you're doing these stories for this long, eventually you just run out of names, and you're going to cover all the names, you know? Yeah. Eventually I'll get around to Dawko, you know? And so if you see Dawko in one of these stories, it's not something personal. It's just because I ran out of names, you know?
I don't know. Dawko is a very specific name that you'd have to get to.
I probably have a few more to go through before I get to that, so you don't have anything to worry about.
When doing my summary videos, and I know a lot of people say the same, people who loved Goosebumps when they were kids find these really relatable, right? And I know kids at school now read Fazbear Frights like they're Goosebumps books. And as a kid...
That's actually crazy to think about. There are kids in school who can just go to their school library and rent out a Fazbear Frights book. That is like Goosebumps. Oh.
My favorite TV show was Goosebumps. Would you ever think about or like the idea of Fazbear Frights ever being like...
Oh boy. Okay, this is gonna take a second to write down. 3109. Would you ever like a TV show adaptation of Fazbear Frights similar to Goosebumps?
Like a TV show like Goosebumps where it's like a series of some of the best stories or something?
That says so you're bewildered at kids going to the library at school. I mean, don't they just rent out iPads now? I'm just kidding. There's gonna be some Gen Alpha kid who's gonna absolutely hate me now. I'm so sorry.
Adapted.
Oh yeah, definitely. And that's something that can definitely happen. Especially now that the first movie came out and was successful, I think that really opens the door to lots of other potential opportunities. The only thing to be mindful of is I don't want to oversaturate the market and just create too much. And I think that sometimes we get a little bit of that
something like
where
Goosebumps
franchises
like a show
have
in
movies and
ages.
too many TV shows, and it just
I mean, I
kind of
guess
waters everything down. But
there kind of is.
but
with,
I
like,
really
those,
do
like,
like that
cop
idea, and
shows
it
and,
is definitely something
paramedic
that could happen,
shows
for sure.
that like tell a different story per episode.
So the next
but
segment is the FNAF movie. I've got some questions for you, Scott. First off, I absolutely loved the movie, as you know, and I know a lot of people did as well. The fans absolutely loved it, and it did really well at the box office as well. Super successful. Congratulations to you, Blumhouse, Universal. So yeah,
I might watch the FNAF movie
first
tonight.
question is, how was working on the first FNAF movie?
3211. How was working on the first FNAF movie after waiting for so long?
Movie after waiting for so long, after announcing it back in 2015. Well, you emailed me back in 2015 about it. I still remember that email. But yeah, how was it?
It took a really long time to get off the ground, really just because of the screenplay. But after the screenplay was really locked in, from there, all the wheels started turning, all the engines fired, and it took off. And it was a really fun experience from there. And really the screenplay just had a lot of challenges because of what it was. And it's really, throughout all of those years, I worked with a lot of different directors, a lot of different writers, a lot of really talented people that eventually would end up leaving the project, but still really talented people. And it was really just a matter of there's just material that's difficult to translate to the screen. And one of the biggest issues is the animatronics, obviously being the monsters in the monster movie. If I were to approach any writer of a horror movie or any director and say, okay, here are your monsters, go make a monster movie with them, that's easy. You give them all a knife, you go in, you just make your generic slasher, but just have it be, Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy doing the slashing. The nuance here is that these animatronics are possessed by the spirits of kids, and these are innocent kids. These are victims themselves. So it's very, very difficult to still have a horror movie, still have those kills that you need, but still preserve the innocence of those kids. And it's a really difficult thing to do. And there were several screenplays that did not hit that mark. And I think I was more cautious about that and more picky about that than anything else. If kind of the innocence,
I think that's what the fort scene was meant to be, is to preserve the innocence. I think that's the whole purpose of that fort scene, is to show that they're still kids. When I think it should have been trickled in throughout the movie that they were still kids and innocent kids.
of those spirits was not preserved properly.
Of like little things that they do, like, like the small things, like maybe you'll catch a glimpse of, like, I don't know, Chica hanging up like a drawing or something.
I wasn't gonna go forward with
in
it.
the background.
And so, one quick example is
frame.
The way that we were able to have a couple of kills in the movie was obviously the vandals. You have a group of people who are breaking in, they're disrespecting the place, they're trashing the place, they're there with bad intentions, and then you combine that with the fact that these animatronics are, the spirits in them are these kids that are basically very confused and lost, animals backed into a corner, and kind of left with this impression that adults are out to get them. And then you have these violent adults breaking in. And so it allows you to have that kill count while still being like, well, I can kind of see how that might happen. It was a tricky thing to do, but I think we were able to accomplish that.
Manipulated by William Afton still as well.
Yeah, that's right. That's absolutely right. The drawing on the wall was also kind of this layer, this blanket of manipulation over them all. So all those things combined, you could see how these actions could happen while it not necessarily being the fault of the kids.
With the fort scene as well, I loved the fort scene. I know some people were a bit confused by that, like why are they building a fort? But I got it straight away.
Yeah, like, I understood why they had the fort scene.
You
it was
want to
just
show the audience that they're
much.
just kids, right? Were you happy with the first movie and how it came out?
35-26. Were you happy with the first movie and how it came out?
Yes, I am. I am very happy. I mean, look, anytime anybody I think pretty much anybody who's been through a process like this would be able to look back. And I do this with my games too. You look back and you're like, well, I wish I'd tweaked this. Oh, maybe this could have been like this, or maybe this could have been like that. But you have to just really take a step back and look at it as a whole, and where it came from,
Oh yeah.
all the things that could have gone wrong, and all the things that went right, and just be really grateful that so many things just fell into place. You know, and I can give you a really quick example of why I don't want to second guess too much. You know, at the 11th hour of this movie coming together, we still really didn't have a music composer, and I'd really wanted an animated intro. I was really pushing to have that 8-bit animated intro, but we didn't have anybody, and really not really anybody, to have an idea of what kind of music we were looking for. 11th hour, Newton Brothers come in and they write out that banger of a track, like absolute insane. Like I listened to that the first time and I was like, wait a minute, do I have a theme song? Does Five Nights at Freddy's have a theme song? You know, and I called you know, Emma Tammy on the phone. I was like, wait, do we have a theme song now? Like, I can't tell you how excited I was over that. And you better believe you're going to hear that again at the beginning of the second movie too. I mean, that was just so incredible. The Newton Brothers just knocked that out of the park.
Like the beat was so good and everything, but the added effect of like the kids singing in the background too was just a cherry on top.
So yeah, so many things went right that I don't think I'm going to dwell too much on, you know, what I would go back and try to do differently.
As we know, the movie was a major hit in 2023, super successful, the biggest horror movie of 2023 as well. How does that feel, seeing that happen?
Okay, 37 to 3708. We're almost done. We're almost done. Because I'm actually getting kind of hungry, and curry takes a very long time. How does it feel having the FNAF movie be the #1 horror film of 2023?
It's nice. That part is nice. It's more important to me that if the critics had loved it, but the fan base was grumbling and saying, wait, this isn't how it is in the lore. Wait, we didn't like this. I don't like how they did this and this, and the fan base was unhappy, that would be a failure to me. I'm perfectly happy with all the critics hating it and the fan base reacting positively to it. So yes, it is nice that the movie was successful. However, that is not the correct metric by which to judge the success of this movie. And in fact, opening night, which was Thursday night, you know, where I am, I went to the very first showing, and the theater was pretty much empty. There were only a couple other people in there, but it was a 1 o'clock showing. So, but still, I saw that as kind of a bad sign. But I just watched it anyway. Then I went to the next showing, which was just later in the evening, and I told myself I wasn't going to go online. I wasn't going to read any reviews. I had already told everybody at Blumhouse, and I told my legal team, don't talk to me, don't call me, don't email me, don't send me charts, don't send me facts or figures. I don't want to hear anything about anything. I'm going through this whole weekend blind. I just want to experience what everybody else is experiencing. Well, before I went into that second showing, I was just by myself. And then later that evening, my whole family was coming into town, by the way. My whole family was going to come into town and watch the movie with me that night. But this showing, I was still sitting by myself. I was checking my email, and I accidentally saw one of the reviews. And I saw that it was terrible. And that opened the floodgates, and I went and started reading all of the other reviews. And I immediately texted.
Okay, I'm going to write this down. Like 3840. So it's in there. It was terrible.
My family saying, don't come. Don't come. You know, this is over. I want to be by myself. And I was already thinking in my head, like, how am I going to write a letter to Blumhouse apologizing for this? How am I going to write a letter to the fans apologizing to this for just wasting everybody's time? And I was just incredibly depressed. But somehow Jason Blum caught wind of this. I don't know who I asked a question to or what I said, but you know, he started just bombarding me with text messages saying, Scott, the fans love it. The fans love it. You know, the movie's a big hit. Everything's great. He was just, you know, in all caps, everything all caps. My phone was just blowing with all caps texts. And so he really talked me through that to try to encourage me that even though the critics hated it, you know, there was a lot to be loved there by the fans. And so then I had my family come into town anyway, and we just sat in a packed theater, and listened to, you know, the cheers and enthusiasm, and it really lifted my spirits. But, you know, for a couple of hours there, man, I was pretty distraught. I thought the whole thing was just a complete
I don't
disaster.
blame him.
But it wasn't.
But it wasn't. It all worked out okay. You know, it all worked out okay.
Yeah.
And again, the movie's not perfect. There's definitely room to improve. But yeah, I'm definitely happy that it was in general received well by the fan base.
The second movie, which is, you know, it's been announced that it's going to be coming out in 2025. Is it December 2025?
Yeah, December 5th, 2025, I think.
Is there anything exciting to talk about?
Okay, 4E16. Everything. Okay. Anything. Well, actually, I'll still leave this in here because he might say something. Okay.
On the second movie, anything you want to say?
I'm not going to give away too many details, but I will say that I'm following kind of the same formula where the first movie is focused on the first game. So I'm going to try to carry on that tradition onward with future movies.
Which is strange because he touched on Fnaf, you know, sister location, and I mean, obviously 3 because that was going to be the next movie. So that's like fine because they touched on Fnaf 2 in the end credits, you know, like that's fine. But touched on sister location as well. That was a strange choice.
And I think that is absolutely the way to go. And I think everyone's going to be really, really excited for what's planned for the second one. You know, the first one was really challenging because it's so much setup. It's like, how do you establish all of this? But now that we have that launch pad, where to go from there came a lot just more natural. It felt a lot more natural.
With Henry, yeah.
And we were able to really craft just a really great story, I think. And I'm really excited about it. And I won't say anything more, but I'm really hopeful that everyone's gonna really love what's gonna come around December 2025.
Yeah, so exciting. And is Emma back and everything?
Oh yes, yeah,
well?
Emma's gonna be back. She did such a great job on that first one, you know.
Yeah, that's really good having the same director. So now we're going to be talking about Into the Pit, the new game that's coming out by Mega Cat Studios. We just got the trailer, another trailer, a couple like last week, and it looks amazing. It looks so good. How has it been working on the game based on?
All right, 41-41. That's satisfying. 14 reversed. How has it been working on the game based on a fazbear Fright's story?
On a fazbear Fright story.
It's definitely been a unique experience. You know, I first started talking to Meg. I mean, it's been years and years since that game has been in development. And originally, it was just supposed to be a little novelty one-off. Like, oh yeah, here's this little company that makes 16-bit cartridges, and that was immediately appealing to me because I'm all about the Super Nintendo. And so if I could make something that would come on the Super Nintendo cartridge, you know, sign me up. That was the most exciting thing, the most exciting product I'd ever worked on. It was still just supposed to be a novelty, but as the development went on, everybody was looking at it thinking, this looks pretty good. This actually looks really good. And so they just kept on going with it. They could have stopped a lot sooner, and they could have stopped with just a little simple novelty game, but they just kept going. And I kept looking at thinking, yeah, keep going. And they kept going, and I would keep looking at it. And it just turned into this big, full-fledged, full-sized game. So we obviously decided to venture away from strictly the cartridges, so that everybody can be able to play it on Steam and everything. But it's really unique. It's just a really, really unique game, and I do love that it really gets into just this really gritty these kind of gritty graphics that I haven't seen since, well, I guess since the late 90s, whenever you had those point and click type adventures and you had that real kind of that pixelated art style that can be really creepy at times. I don't know, it's going to be a really unique experience, and I think that everybody's going to really be excited about it. I really do. Awesome.
I can't wait to play it. How has it been working with Mega Cat Studios?
43-20. How has it been working with Mega Cat Studios?
Then
oh, it's been great. It's been really great. I really haven't had to give them. I mean, I have had to give them direction, but for the most part, it's been weird. They would go into the hole for 6, 7, 8 months at a time, and I wouldn't hear anything from them, to the point where I thought, is this okay? And I would even, I talk to the other people that I work with, like, is this game okay? Is this going to be okay? Are they okay? Do I need to check on this? Do we need to check on them over there? But then I would get an update, and it would just be all this.
Hey, Jeremy, I hate to tell you, but your name's literally the name of a FNAF character. And you're also coming into a FNAF live stream, meaning that you have FNAF in your YouTube recommended, meaning that you watch FNAF content, or that you just went out of your way to search up FNAF to go and shit on somebody.
Crazy new stuff and all this crazy detail, this fluid animation. It's just crazy, crazy, crazy stuff. And then they'd go back into the hole again for 5, 6, 7 months. And then we just repeat that cycle. But now here we are finally at the end of that road, and I think it's just turned out really great. Like I said, really unique. I think everybody's going to really like it.
The reaction to the trailer has been amazing. All positive feedback about it. Super excited. People love it. The story of Into the Pit as well. Into the Pit's probably my favourite Fazbear Fright story. So with all the positive feedback about it, what do you see for the future of...
Okay, 4430. What do you see for the future of FNAF spin-offs?
FNAF spin-offs made by other studios in the future?
Oh, it's definitely a possibility. In fact, I'd really like them to start working on Fetch. I think Fetch would make a really good game after this. Some stories obviously cater more toward being a good game than others, but there's something really scary about the thought of something always being out there and kind of watching your house, and then trying to come in and do things for you. Like, this is kind of a scary thought. The thought that I might be online shopping looking for a specific thing, and somehow something out there is hearing that and receiving that, and then gonna come to me, sneak inside and put it somewhere without me knowing that it was there. It's just a creepy scenario. It's a creepy setup. And I think it'd be a really cool game to have to stop this thing, because obviously Fetch was out doing a lot of menacing things, to have to sneak around a neighborhood and stop this thing that's sneaking around so undetected. I think it'd be a really cool game. So hopefully that'll be the next project. We'll see.
As the franchise has grown bigger, what challenges have you faced with running...
4534. What challenges have you faced with running a franchise of this size?
A franchise of this size, is there anything you could think you could be doing better?
I think something I should have maybe been doing better is I should have had a better structure in place as far as people to talk to the fan base. I've always kept that on myself all during the years, and in the early years I think that worked great, because it was a little indie game, a little indie community, and then me, the indie dev, just chatting with the community and talking. But as the years go by and the franchise gets bigger and bigger, I don't know, I feel like I've slowly kind of lost touch with the fan base. Unfortunately, it's not that same relationship that it used to be.
Mm-hmm.
I really used to enjoy chatting with everybody and just kind of I don't know, and I guess that's expected, because FNAF is more of a big, it's kind of just kind of a bigger thing now, and it's bigger than one person, and I can't just pretend like I can hop online and chat with everybody and solve everybody's problems anymore. Used to, I kind of could. I could just go in there and chat with everybody and resolve little problems as if it was like just a squabble on a forum. I can always just step in and solve it, but it's just not the same. And I think that I should have realized that sooner. And I'm really only realizing that this year, that I really need to have a better structure in place. And the fan base deserves that. The franchise deserves that. The fan base deserves that, to have more people in charge and running a Twitter page and official news feeds, so that there's not so much confusion about what's real and what's not real, and real news and fake news, and is this confirmed, is this not confirmed. I could have avoided years of that if I just kind of had a better structure in place with people to listen to, and like I said, a news feed, and someone else to just provide better answers to the fan base. So I'm trying to get all that in place. And I really think I think it would just better serve the fan base. I think everybody would be a little happier if it's not just me trying to jump in and straighten things out when needed.
Yeah, I think the Twitter's a great idea.
Yeah.
We're recording this in June.
If everything else is aged like milk. Oh man. The aged milk looks a lot tastier than what that statement just was.
But you know, it was announced today. The schedule for what's coming out during that week is really exciting and really good. So people, you know, can get excited for the anniversary. They kind of know what's coming, which is really exciting. And you know, communication like that, you know,
Okay, 1080p.
it's you know, people have really appreciated that. So thank you for doing that. And looking forward to seeing what happens next on the Twitter, what they announce. And apart from the second movie to look forward to, is there anything else you
4820. Anything that you could hint at for the future?
could hint at for the future? Any future titles or any little hints to get people excited for the future?
One of the good things is going to be coming from Steel Wool, but that's going to be announced here in this same week that your interview is going to air. So I think that's it. In fact, I'm not sure if it was right before this or right after this.
Yeah,
it might have been right after this.
Yesterday.
Okay. And obviously everybody knows about the movie, and right now the books are these interactive books, which I read things like that growing up, and so I'm excited about those. And I've tried to add some depth into those to where you can actually collect items in them and things like that. So it's really not just about picking a path; it's about picking a path and getting something, and then going to the other path and being able to use something. So it makes it more interesting and more intricate. But
That
yeah,
is so
I mean,
true.
that's
Writing
the
notes
plan
for it was
for
horrible.
movies, games, and books. And I already told you
that's a
my
bad thing.
hope for the next Mega Cat game. And and there is another game planned with Steel Wool, but that's not going to be announced for a while yet. So I can't talk about that. But there is something down the pipe.
Okay.
even beyond what's being announced this week, there's something beyond. But I can't talk about that.
Yeah, so I won't spoil anything. But I read the week before, guys, and it is good. So please, check it out when it comes out. I'm looking forward to the Into the Pit one. VIP is the interactive novel VIP another one as well?
Yes, yeah. VIP it's one that I did with Scholastic, just like the others, but it's just going to be free. It's specifically for this event. I mean, I might still be included in a box set later down the road, but no, for this week, it was made specifically for this event, by the same author, I believe, as the week before. So if you enjoyed that one, you'll enjoy VIP. And I really love the story for VIP. I'm not going to ruin it, but it might be one of my favorites. So hopefully everybody really enjoys that.
That's awesome. I'm pretty sure it comes out before the interview. So
okay,
yeah.
Great.
Future me, if you're watching, probably loved it. There is a collab announcement tomorrow from this interview. Whatever it is, I don't know. But it seems that you've been more open with collaborations.
Wasn't that
with
Dead by
games recently? The Funko one as well.
I don't even remember. I think it was Dead.
Are you more open to more collabs since we last spoke during the last interview? Would you be interested in whatever it is? I don't know, like Fortnite or Dead by Daylight. Have those popped into your head at all? Or
I'm very careful with collaborations because I want to protect the brands, and I want to make sure that Five Nights at Freddy's stays as Five Nights at Freddy's. And there are some games where even if I really enjoy the game,
the Dead by Daylight
just doesn't feel like
or something.
It doesn't feel like a good match. It feels like a mismatch. The brand integrity is the most important thing for me, and keeping everything.
I remember what that
feeling
was.
Like it belongs. And so that's really been my only. That's really been my only hesitancy. I feel like I am branching out a little bit, and I am a little bit more open to those things than maybe I was in the early years, but I'm still very careful about it. We'll just see. We'll see how things go.
Okay. Anything else you would like to add to finish off the interview?
Let's see here. No, I mean, I think things are in a good place, and like I said, I think that the things that are on the horizon are all things to be excited about, and I think that everybody's going to really enjoy. The things that the fan base really going to enjoy, and I wish I could talk about those more, but I don't feel like I can.
So, do you think we're going to have another interview in 10 years' time?
It doesn't have to be 10 years. We can try to do this a little bit more often.
But what, every 5 years?
Yeah, every 5 years. There we go.
Okay. Shaking your hand.
Just make it a regular thing.
Okay, awesome. The biggest thing that everybody has been begging me for this interview when I announced it is the box. That is, everybody just wants to know anything about it because it's the biggest mystery out of the whole 10 years of FNAF, I would say. Maybe Midnight Motorist is number 2. But yeah, I'd say the box is the biggest mystery that everybody wants, like even a tiny snippet of something. Help.
Okay. Well, I can try to give somewhat of an answer to that, even though it might not be extremely satisfying for a lot of people. So I would encourage people to turn off the interview if they don't want an answer that they might not be happy with. But whenever I'm making these games, there are a lot of things that are in my head that are just flowing ideas, and when I have them and put them there, it's the first half of something. It's like a string or a rope just like reaching out, and I know that what's there on the other end is there. I trust that it's there. I know that it's there. And then whenever I progress forward, the rest of that just reappears. The rest of it appears and just fits into place perfectly. That's how all my games have been made. I feel that there is something there, and I make the roads to get there for that to be revealed. But then sometimes when things do progress, the roads aren't always the same roads as the ones that had been planned before. And so what that means is, even though at the time something was definitely there, something was definitely reaching out to be there, and I could feel that it was there, the progression of the story didn't go there. And so those strings never got pulled on, and those and the other half of that idea remained in the ether, remained in my subconscious. All of that to say, there is something in the box, but I never pursued it, and I don't know if I can find it again. And I think that that's the best answer that I can possibly give for that.
Scott, thank you so much for the interview. Myself and everybody really does appreciate it. We're looking forward to the future. We're looking forward to this week. Future me is probably stressing out, playing all the demos and getting ready for Into the Pit in a few days. I'm so excited for Into the Pit. I really, really am. And all the fanverse stuff as well.
I have an idea.
And the Joy of Creation, that demo. I'm looking forward to playing all of those as well and reading the new book.
Fit with what's been
There's a lot in that week.
That's what
I'm going to just be MIA that whole week. I've already told my friends and family, like, I'm not going to be here for the whole week. Don't call me. Don't text me. I'm going to be in this room just doing everything I can that week. And yeah,
like, he had a road
really
plan.
do appreciate
the road
it.
didn't go that way.
I think that's it.
It's in his subconscious.
Which is really weird. That hour went so quick. Thank you guys for watching. Yeah. Again, I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Without you guys watching the channel, you know, I wouldn't be doing this in the first place, interviewing Scott. So it really does mean a lot to me. Thank you so much. And yeah, I hope you all have a fantastic 10-year anniversary.
Go to Dawko again. Make sure y'all check these out.
Playing the
I know
demos,
this one I didn't really talk about just because I'm getting
and
tired.
Excited for Into the Pit. And Steel Wars announcement as well. That's so exciting.
Yeah, I'm gonna let that play out so he gets his watch time. However, okay, that is that done. I'm just gonna ignore the fact that it says OB. Oh my god, my hair is horrible right now. You love the headphone hair, guys? I need to get a haircut badly. However, anyways, Oh boy. Yeah, no. I will post that somewhere eventually. Yeah, exactly. The box is now not needed. Exactly. Like he knows what was in the box. You know, probably, you know, Fnaf 4, what was in the box, probably, you know, something to show where the story was going for sister location, FFPS, stuff like that. And then, you know, it changed, you know, for sister location to FFPS to UCN, to UCN to help wanted, to so on. That's why I think that no matter the way you look in the box, it's just nothing. Because the next part of the story is nothing. Until there is something for the next story. It's typically more so nothing than something. I think for me, that's my most satisfying answer. But maybe I'm wrong. But I enjoyed it. The interview was great. Oh yeah, I think the box will be used when it needs to be used. But I don't think it needs to be used right now. I think it's something that needs to be used when the Mimic storyline ends. Or a major plot point is solved. I think that's when it would need to be kind of used. But that's for him to decide, not me. But yeah, no. Honestly though, if I had to give more feedback to at least the community, because I'm giving my feedback to Scott soon here, and I'm giving some feedback to the community too soon. Don't pin all the blame on Scott. Don't pin all the blame on Steel Wool. I think every single party has a part to play, because you know, things need to be approved, things need to be disproved, things need to be, you know, spoken to Scott. You have to think that, you know, Scott's talking to Hex, Funko, U2s, Blumhouse, Megacat, maybe, Click Team, Steel Wool, Scholastic, Universal. I forget the name of the place, but you know, there's so many companies he's talking to that he needs to approve and disprove of things before they launch, or even before they even get started, and that could delay things. Like, imagine being someone like a creative on, like, so let's say Secret of the Mimic, being a creative, and you have an idea for a teaser trailer. Odds are you would have to go from you to your higher up to say, hey, I have this idea, I'm going to pitch this to you, and if they like it and think it should happen, then either they'll go to their higher up, or if it's already the higher up, you know, that you get to, they go to a representative to reach out to Scott Cawthon or his lawyers or whoever. And if it's his lawyers have to approve of it to then send to Scott Cawthon, and Scott Cawthon's got to see it. And keep in mind, Scott Cawthon's doing this for like 20 companies or something, where he has to look at these things, approve of them, disprove of them, stuff like that. And then on top of all that, you have your own personal life to do and kids to raise, because I know Scott has a lot of kids. You also have to remember that also these companies have to get more than likely approved of things they can even say in interviews and public statements. And yeah, there's just a lot to really look at when you look at FNAF as a whole. It's like, if you look at it from Scott's perspective, you know, there's just a lot to it, especially for Scott, because he has to approve and disprove everything, because he's still very hands-on with things. There's always something being made with FNAF. It's just the fact that it takes time, especially when you have one guy doing it all. And it's not, well, one guy doing it all, but one guy saying yes or no, or maybe later. And if you think about, like, you announce a game and say, like, okay, I have an idea for this teaser trailer, or this teaser image, or this interview, or things like that. Like, every single question, like, J-Top answered in that John Fnaf interview, most likely he had to send to Scott, or John Fnaf had to send to Scott, and Scott had to approve of everything, including the responses, or what could and could not be said. Like, I don't remember any of the questions off the top of my head, but like, oh, is Glitch Trap dead? Odds are that not only did that question have to be approved, but the response from J-Top had to be approved as well. And that takes a lot of time when you're also worrying about 20 other companies and your lawyers and other things going on, like whatever's going on with Byte by Night, because I'm pretty sure they're getting canned. Because maintenance does not take this long, let alone right after the Metal.tv collab, but I can't say anything there. But yeah, there's just a lot going on with FNAF. And I think assuming that Scott's not talking with us because of the FNAF 2 movie or things like that is a little stupid. Because we don't know what's going on in his mind. And I guarantee you there's probably other reasons. Like, sure, that might be a contributing factor, but it's not the only thing, because he was excited for the FNAF 2 movie, and there's still things that he can do to communicate. And regardless, he had to tell Steelwool to say something. So, or someone had to tell Steelwool, like, yeah, you need to talk about that VR release. That is horrible. So yeah, I have nothing but love and support for Scott and stuff, but I hope to see it get better soon with communication, which I know that there is a lot of people trying to tell him things, but I don't know anything else. But yeah, I'm excited for the future of FNAF, and I'm looking forward to it, and I think that us talking a lot. I'd say most of the time they're thorough. It's when you got to be more worried about leaks. I'm sure not every question, you know, has to be that approved or disproved, but you know what I mean. And yeah, I think just Scott needs extra hands on deck to help him out. And I do, keep doing what we're doing, voice our concerns, be kind and respectful about it, but voice our concerns, and they will reach the right people. Because like when Secret of the Mimic VR released and I was posting all those things of all the glitches, the bugs, and the issues with it, that was one of like the big things that, because like those were all the bugs, and that was contributing to a lot of the people who are having an uproar. Like, let me actually look at those tweets really quick. Like, I think collectively they had well over 100,000 views on Twitter. Let me go look. I'm almost there. Yeah, because I went at 2K, 3K, 10,000, 7,000, 9,000, 8,000. Wait, so more maybe closer, like, yeah, 8,000 there, 14,000 there, 19,000 there, 37,000 there, 60,000 there. It's like, yeah, it was well over 100,000 views on Twitter. Like, yeah, definitely. So like voicing, when we voice our concerns loud enough, they hear and do something. I just feel like they need to realize that sometimes they need to be a little quicker on that, because sometimes we can be loud for too long, and that makes it even louder than it should be, because then we feel like we're not being heard, and it just causes issues and all that stuff. I think that's their lesson they need to learn, and also just, quality control. But yeah, that's all I have for today's stream. I'm going to be live again sometime next week, either doing Happy's Humble Burger Cult or hobby playtime or something else. I don't know. But yeah, that's all I have. So thank you all so much for watching. 722 views on a stream that I, after almost 2 months of being gone, I'm now back. Insane. So yeah, I hope you all enjoyed. If you did, hit the like, subscribe button. Have a great day, night, or wherever you are in the world. It's been a while since I've done this. Sorry that I'm being a little slower with it. And peace out. Bye, guys.